Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 4 of the GI Health Summit. I'm your host, Chef AJ, and I hope you are enjoying the summit so far. From what I can tell from your emails and your kind posts on the summit page, you are, and we do appreciate when you post and when you share the summit, which is absolutely free for 9 days. If you have anything you need to talk to us about, any problems accessing the summit, please either post on the summit page or email us at hello@betterlifesummits.com. Some of you are sending me private messages through Facebook and Instagram, which I can't even access because I no longer have those two apps installed on my phone. Ever since seeing the wonderful Netflix documentary, Social Media, I'm kind of moving away from it. So I don't see those. So please, hello@betterlifesummits.com, or we check your comments on the summit page as frequently as possible. And we love the comments that you're making. I want to tell you, when I used to live in LA for about 20 years, I saw this wonderful Chinese acupuncture doctor named Dr. Chen. And every time I came in, he always made me smile. He'd always say, "You're my favorite patient." And one day before the treatment, I went to the restroom and he was in another room and he said, "You're my favorite patient." And he said that apparently to every patient, but it still made me feel special. And when I introduced today's speakers, I want to say these are my favorite speakers, but really every speaker was so wonderful in so many ways that I want to say this is my favorite speaker. But that's how I feel every time I introduce one of these experts. And today we have 4 of them. And I would say that all of them are actually personal friends of mine too, interestingly, but they're wonderful doctors, wonderful clinicians, and their information is going to change your life because they know so much about health in general and GI health in particular. So we start day 4 with Dr. Joel Fuhrman, multiple New York Times bestselling author, so passionate about health and nutrition. And then Dr. Rosanna Oliveira from the UC Davis School of Integrative Medicine, followed by a Manhattan dermatologist, Dr. Jessica Grant. Well, why is there a dermatologist in a gut health summit? Because there's more than one microbiome. We learned yesterday from Dr. Ron Weiss that the microbiome in our stomach isn't the only one. There's one in the soil, and apparently our skin has one too. And then we'll end the day with Dr. Alan Goldhammer. He says something in there that is so funny that I almost lost it during the interview. I said to him afterwards, "You cannot make me laugh like that." So hopefully you'll pick up what it is that he said. I don't want to. It's a spoiler alert, so I don't want to do that for you. So we're going to start the summit in a moment, and I just want you to know that we appreciate you watching this. If you choose to support our work, you can own the package for life. And that includes a buddy pass now. With the holidays coming up, it might make a wonderful gift for someone. You get the written transcripts, you can download the audio, and you can watch the videos in the Member Center. And it comes with a 30-day, no questions asked, money back guarantee. So if you're not completely satisfied, no, we will refund your money promptly without any questions asked. So Dr. Joel Fuhrman starts the day talking about how a standard diet, which is what apparently most Americans are on, they call it the SAD, Standard American Diet. I've heard it called the substance abuse diet, that it damages our gut flora and it's so important to our overall health. Remember, Hippocrates knew it a long time ago. Disease begins and ends with the gut, and that even some health foods can damage us. So please welcome to the summit, Dr. Joel Fuhrman, as our kickoff speaker for day 4. Take it away, Dr. Fuhrman. Hi, Dr. Fuhrman, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Yeah. Great. I love interviewing you, Dr. Fuhrman. You've been one of the most wonderful speakers the past few years on the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. And this year after the summit, we actually sent out a survey to the participants asking what their biggest challenge was in adopting a healthy, whole food, plant-based diet and how we could assist them. In addition to asking for more recipes, one of the top responses was that the reason people couldn't eat healthfully, especially eating things like vegetables in general and cruciferous vegetables in particular, was because there was so many people with GI problems going all the way from the top of the GI tract with reflux all the way down to the bottom with chronic constipation and everything in between like IBS and SIBO.
And so I wanted to have you on the GI Health Summit because I know you've dealt with a lot of these issues with your patients over the years, because a lot of times they're put on diets from their doctors that are actually the opposite of what you recommend. Very low in fiber, very low in vegetables, maybe the low FODMAP diet, for example, where there's none of the foods that you recommend as essential, like onions. So I wondered if you could please talk a little bit about why there are so many GI problems in general, even with people that are, vegan and eating fairly healthily, and what we could do about it.
Well, there's a wide range of possibilities here, but the main problem with people's digestive tract is they're not eating a wide amount of plant foods. I mean, we know that that eating animal products, and particularly sweets and high glycemic carbohydrates, including honey and agave and maple syrup, we know that those promote unhealthy bacteria like enterobacteria, bacterial species, and Clostridium difficile and gram-negative organisms that shouldn't be there. What I'm saying right now is that, number one, an unhealthy diet promotes an unhealthy type of bacteria that leads to chronic inflammation. And we know that the link between these unfavorable bacterial species and your inflammatory markers like high sensitive CRP has an inverse relationship. The bad bacteria go up. The bad bacteria go down and the CRP goes down. The bad bacteria go up and the CRP goes down, and the good bacteria go up and the CRP goes up, obviously. So the bacteria in the gut also protects us against the overly glycemic responsive foods. In other words, a healthy barrier, we call it the microbiome, and the biofilm as a result of this healthy microbiome creates a favorable biofilm that covers the villi in the small intestines, which now slows the absorption of food through the digestive tract wall. What I'm saying right now is that these foods that we're talking about, like beans and like mushrooms and like onions, and particularly artichokes and asparagus and zucchini, and that all these foods help thicken the biofilm for numerous reasons, and beans in particular, because they're so high in resistant starch, have a very favorable effect on enhancing the biofilm. So the combination of a nutritarian diet that I recommend with attention to eat all the G-bombs, GBOMBS, greens and beans and onions and mushrooms and berries and seeds, is the most favorable diet for your overall health and for a favorable microbiome. Scientists call that the second meal effect. The second meal effect means that the next meal or the next day, because you ate healthy foods in the past, your microbiome is already thickened, and you're going to have a better digestion and slower absorption of glucose to the digestive tract wall. As a result of chronic inflammation and eating sweets and meats and dairy in particular, then we develop an unfavorable microbiome. We develop an unfavorable biofilm, and then foods just go through quickly. Now, when you have chronic inflammation and foods don't pass through quickly instead of slowly, you have more likely to have leakages in the gut and more likely to have peptides squeak through, and food doesn't get properly digested. It enters the bloodstream in a not totally digested or not totally broken down form. Now you have little pieces of protein could sneak through, and now you have chance for more bloating and gas and more reaction to foods. So the thinner the biofilm, the more reactive you're going to be to antigens in food. And what I'm saying right now, that clearly a standard diet high in animal products and high in processed foods is what promotes the gut to be highly reactive to substances. And it takes time to undo that. And sometimes there may be a period of months in adjusting where a person might have increased gas or increased bloating, or they're not used to having foods that have so much fiber in them. They can be sensitive to all this fiber. One of the factors that leads to chronic bloating and indigestion is also eating too much food, and eating too much food at one time, because there's a lot of reasons why, but also being overweight also, and also having not proper functioning of your gallbladder, because the gallbladder secretes when you're not eating a healthy diet, and it could be a vegan diet. If you're eating sweets on a vegan diet, or eating things that are like fried foods, whatever, you could have congestion in your gallbladder, and your gallbladder then can produce acid bile and dump it into the digestive tract contents and cause indigestion, inflammation, and pain as the result of gallbladder entering this caustic bile. So in some of these cases, I make people understand that this is going to take 6 months to get your bowel fixed up. We can't just feed you what makes you feel better, because you might feel better on a low fiber diet, but you're never going to get better. Then you're going to be sick the rest of your life and always having to eat a low fiber diet where you're avoiding those foods. Instead, let's try a different plan. We'll take the beans out for a while, if that's an issue. We won't make the salads, give big salads, and we'll give you some of the grains that don't have the fructans and the glycans. We'll give you some grains like quinoa and not a lot of rye and wheat and spelt and things like that. And of course, no dairy, but we'll feed them a lot of cooked vegetables and cooked squashes and zucchini and kombucha squash, those winter squashes, and we'll feed them a lot of artichokes and asparagus and zucchini. But the trick here, and we'll even give them soup, vegetable soup and things like that, and also, of course, berries and fruits and things. But what I'm saying right now, banana and oats they can have. But what I'm saying right now is we might move them along to a diet that might contain more raw and more cruciferous and more onions and beans in a slower fashion. What works though is getting them to moderately undereat, so they can making sure they're detoxing. What detoxing means, what I'm saying right now, is a lot of this stuff with indigestion comes from your bowel as a detox organ. Our immune system's around the bowel. We don't just absorb things from the bowel. We dump waste products into the bowel contents. And people don't understand that it's not even just coming from the gallbladder. This is a flow of substances through the bowel wall that can create you're discharging things from the bloodstream into the bowel, and those could be reactive oxygen species and oxidized LDL and other acids, and you have an acid digestive tract. It's not just coming from the food. So when we get a person eating healthier and losing weight, we almost detoxing the body, their bowel functions better. And then we have to function, of course, in them eating, not overeating, and chewing each mouthful to a complete liquid before they swallow it. That's so key when a person has digestive disorder. They'll never handle a salad well or handle beans well if they don't liquefy it in their mouth. So I treat people with bowel disorders and indigestion all the time, and I'll even sit across the table and eat from them. And I'll say, I'm still chewing that mouthful. Mine isn't quite liquefied yet, and you already put your fork back in. I want to hold up for a second now. Let's make sure, is that just chewed so you can swallow? Or did you really feel that there was no particles of food in your mouth and that everything was a complete liquid? Because it's critically important for these people with digestive sensitivities to make sure there are no food particles or fibers that haven't yet been crushed by their teeth and adequately kept in the mouth long enough. So I know I said a lot right now, but we can go into a little more detail. But what I'm saying is the avenue is not to go back to eating a no fiber diet. The trick is to get the person gradually accustomed to a higher fiber diet over time and eat more cooked foods and less raw at the beginning. And also longevity, good health, and lower rates of inflammation are linked to a good variety of microbacteria in the gut, a good variety of healthy bacteria, hundreds of different species. So by narrowing your food selection, people going on these FODMAPs diet or these diets that are so restrictive, where they're just eating a very narrow range of foods, keeps their microbiome with a very narrow range of bacteria, and they're not going to achieve good health. We're always trying to increase the assortment of what food they're eating, and that means even if we're giving them a little bit of that other food, I might give a person like that I might start them on a diet that might be a little bit restricted as far as food choices, but then I'm going to give them pretty soon, I'm going to give them one piece of lettuce with each meal. It may be a softer lettuce like Boston lettuce, and they're going to start to really chew that well. And then they're going to have cooked cruciferous that are cooked, and then a small amount maybe raw in a salad like arugula, making sure they're completely liquefied. And then we add beans. They might just be adding 3 or 4 individual chickpeas to the meal, or a teaspoon of lentils to the meal. And then we'll try to use edamame or soaked and well-cooked soybeans, and then we'll add them in small amounts. And over time, we'll titrate the amount if they're doing well, and we'll increase it very gradually in their diet. So they slowly build the bacteria back over weeks to months so they can handle more of those foods. And I also want them to have the understanding that it's normal to produce some amount of gas. It's not, you don't have to feel something's wrong with you if you're producing gas. But the reason most people produce excess gas is because they swallow air when they eat, and that comes from not chewing food well enough. So back to again to chewing the food better and not overeating and getting back to your ideal weight. And sometimes you want to throw another element in this. Sometimes when a person has difficulty digesting, bloating, abdominal pain, then both intermittent fasting and water fasting for prolonged periods are helpful to reset the bowel again and slowly introduce foods again. And that means that they might be eating 2 meals a day and having a juice for dinner, or just 2 meals a day and going, having an extended period of not eating to allow their bowel to recover. But also it means sometimes I have them take 3 or 4 day periods, and that may have to happen 3 or 4 times of doing 3 to 5 day fasts 3 or 4 times, or 2 if they can on the weekends. If their work prohibits them from doing that, it may be a 2.5 day fast, on a weekend or something, back to eating food gradually again, and again doing a fast another 2 months later because the fasting intensifies the detoxification, the bile dumping from the liver, the acids being poured in your digestive tract. It actually makes things worse, but temporarily but then as they keep fasting and keep doing this, it kind of the body finishes the repair it had to do, and they start to not to have such difficult digestion. I'm adding an extra element to this idea that's saying that people aren't recognizing that the improper digestion is not all to bad bacteria. It's also due to kind of a detox effect of acids entering and acid compounds and metabolic waste entering the digestive tract from eating unhealthfully in your past. And believe it or not, that past life could have been years ago. It could have been you ate unhealthy for the last 10 years, and now you're eating healthy for a couple of years, but it's not healthy enough, and you're still a little overweight, and you really haven't finished your detox, and you're still creating a lot of bloating. So sometimes you really have to fine-tune a person's health to give them excellent digestion.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you. And, you're not the first doctor that mentioned the importance of chewing. And, I learned from you that Americans eat something like 92% of their calories from animal products and processed food, which have no fiber, which have no water, and really don't require chewing. You could almost swallow your chicken nuggets and your croissants whole. And it's almost like Americans have lost the ability to remember what it's like to chew food. And so when we give them these foods full of fiber, they're eating it the same way they ate the processed food and animal products.
Good point. That's a good point. I haven't explained it that way, but thank you for that. That was excellent.
Well, I learned from you, so thank you. But because people really they don't chew their food very well, and if people just took that one takeaway from this summit and started doing that, they might find that they have some improvement.
Absolutely. If they just chewed their food better and did not overeat, if they are overweight, if they're steadily losing weight, then they're tweaking their diet in better shot. They're doing the right thing. If they're overweight, not losing weight, they've got to make a change. They're not doing the right thing, because maintaining the overweight condition creates chronic inflammation and dumps reactive oxygen species into the digestive tract as well. So if you're overweight, you're losing weight steadily, and you're not overeating, and you're chewing your foods to a complete liquid really super well, especially if you have digestive disability. Now, we know, of course, that food addiction is a powerful driver of people not wanting to change and eat healthfully. And it's difficult for people to stay on a healthy diet, to initiate the change, right? Because that's anxiety provoking. But then they have determination and persistence to do it a long time. And a lot of times with the social pressure of the outside environment, these people who have some emotional issues can't handle that. And the primitive mind is looking for an excuse to go back to eating their favorite foods. And the excuse could be indigestion. So they're looking to have some complaints so they can say, so they don't stick it out till they get better. So they can kind of like, it's almost like they want to have to give it up to go back to their old way of eating and say, no, I can't eat that way. I tried it and I got to go back to eating meat and sweets again or whatever because I tried it and I got too much gas. And it wasn't really that they had so much gas. They were looking for that excuse. They're having a little bit of indigestion, trouble digesting, but instead of adjusting the diet and adapting to it gradually and making all the modifications to get there to good digestion, they're not willing to put in that work to get there. So they just make believe. So it just seems like they have to go back to their old way of eating.
Yeah, it's sort of like when people stop coffee, they get headaches, and so they have to go back to drinking coffee.
Yes. Right.
Well, you have always said, Dr. Fuhrman, that feeling better doesn't mean getting better. And sometimes people with GI issues, the foods that make them feel better don't help them get better. And the foods that help them get better initially maybe don't make them feel so good immediately. And that's, I think, why they quit.
Absolutely. And particularly, we have to feed people mushrooms to get their GI tract better. And they have to chew them. And even if they, so that's a food you don't want to take away. And some of these FODMAPs people take away the mushrooms, and the mushrooms are their secret to healing their gut. They're so beneficial to the gut wall. So if I could have the opportunity to list those foods again, and I'm saying don't remove these foods from your gut because they're going to help you make a long-term recovery. And of course, those foods are mushrooms and steamed zucchini. And I'm taking the steamed zucchini though, and steaming it or dipping it in water, blanching it, with the whole skin on. Don't cut it up because then you're going to lose the favorable juices inside. Just steam it with the skin on. Once it's cooked, then you can cut it and eat it. So, and asparagus and artichokes, and buy frozen artichokes and eat them. Those are really good for the gut bowel. And of course, different types of squashes, including winter squashes, like those green, what are they called? Not kombucha, that's the drink.
Kabocha squash. Kabocha.
Kabocha. That's
Right.
it. Those are really good to eat. The kabocha type squashes and other type winter squashes like that is very good for the digestive tract. And a favorable grain that if you can chew it real well is quinoa. I'm a fan of quinoa. And you can get dark and brown quinoas that are good for people too. So I think that those are, so I'm hoping people write down those starter foods and they eat more of those favorable foods and chew them really well. And then they can add on how much raw vegetables they can tolerate, how much cruciferous they can tolerate, how much beans they can tolerate. And they can add that over time and treat those in amounts. So when people say to me, I can't digest beans, I say, you mean you can't digest one chickpea? You can't digest one little lentil? How about a soybean? You digest one soybean, one edamame? And soybeans, of course, are easier to digest and also a good starting bean because their amount of resistant starch is lower than the other beans. So we can give them a small amount of that too. And so they chew them really well, and you put that small amount in their diet, and they can titrate it up gradually. So they're not feeling totally well, but they have a tolerable amount of gas and a tolerable amount of, so it's not feeling too poorly. It's, I say the same thing with regard to women's postmenopausal estrogen deprivation syndrome, where they don't sleep well, they're estrogen deprived, they dry vagina, they're uncomfortable. And so we don't want them to use hormones so they feel totally comfortable, where they take away all the symptoms, because that's going to be too much, not going to be good for them. They have to titrate down to the level of hormone that just barely makes it livable, but not takes away all the symptoms. They still have to be uncomfortable, but at least sleeping okay, at least doing, so we don't overtreat them. And then over time, they can get better and better with a smaller amount, and then they can go to a little less amount with time. But when we're trying to treat the symptoms, we want a little symptoms to remain to make that to recognize they're not overtaking too much estrogen, let's say, for example. And the same thing is true here. You don't want to cut out beans completely. You still want to have a little bit so you feel at least you're taxing the gut to learn how to digest these foods.
That's great. You mentioned that mushrooms especially are good for the gut, but you like people to cook their mushrooms, correct?
Absolutely. But also eat a variety of mushrooms. And in that variety of mushrooms, to use dried mushrooms too. Because, we know that variety makes for a longer life, but variety of mushrooms have a tremendous, powerful effect on enhancing the favorable variety of bacterial species that promote weight loss, bacterial species that make you healthy, that reduce inflammation and promote weight loss. And of course, people should be aware that these favorable bacteria have a beneficial effect on your emotions and your brain as well. So it makes you lose weight, they make you feel better, they reduce inflammation, and make you think better too.
I think sometimes when people have an adverse reaction to eating a food, whether it's beans or some cruciferous vegetables, and maybe they get some abdominal bloating, pain, distension, or gas, then they're afraid to eat it again. Do you know what I mean? Like it becomes almost a psychological thing because they feel they got sick and they stay away from it.
Mhm. And they can also add them to a soup, So, and the other trick is that, let's say I can't tolerate raw broccoli. Or, it can eat other cruciferous, arugula, watercress, more gentle cruciferous. But if you take that broccoli or broccoli rabe or whatever thing you were eating, if you blend it in the blender to a pureed form with a little ladle, a little soup liquid in there that you have, and then put it in your soup to cook, now you still got in your cruciferous, but you have it in a more digestible form, whether the fiber's been broken down by the blender, and then you cooked it to soften the fibers. So it makes it tolerable. The reason we're blending it when it's raw is because there's an enzyme in the cell wall of the cruciferous called myrosinase. And when it gets blended in the blender, it forms the ITCs that have the anti-cancer and anti-inflammatory benefits, because ITCs are the isothiocyanates, are heat sensitive. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. They're heat stable. You're not going to destroy them with cooking. But you would have, if you put the broccoli into the soup and you put it in big chunks in the soup, then the myrosis would have been destroyed, because you would have deactivated it before you broke and caused the chemical reaction to occur. You have to break the cells first. Usually we break the cells in our mouth. That's why we prefer to make broccoli in a wok, or to blanch it lightly, or to put some of those kind of things raw. We want to get the myrosinase activated, not deactivated. But here we're blending it, blending the broccoli or blending, and then put it into the soup or the stew you're making. And over time, they can start to do not have to cook it all. But all you got to do is just have more cooked. You have them cook it more. And I'm just explaining that if you blend it and then cook it, it makes it more digestible, including the fructans that are with onions, because onions are a favorable food. And if they're having troubles with that, blend it into an onion puree and then add it to your soup or your stew. So you're still getting those organosulfide compounds into your diet, because the beneficial organosulfide compounds from the onion and the beneficial ITCs from the cruciferous vegetables is going to help your body detoxify and heal and overall recover from your bowel problems. Because this is what all the GI doctors will likely do wrong. They'll think that a GI problem is a GI problem. They don't understand that when you have a problem in one part of your body, it's the whole body that's wrong. It's just manifesting symptoms in one part of your body. You know what I mean? When a person, and people say to me, well, what's good for my eyes? What food is good for my liver? What food is good for my digestive tract? And I'm saying, well, that's not the really way food works, because there's not a special food that's good for your liver and one special food good for your kidney. It's what's good for your body, what's best for overall health. It's best for your liver and your kidney and your eyes and your ears. It's all the food that's best for your longevity. It's going to slow aging, keep you young, and keep your brain functioning the best, is what's good for almost every part of your body, the GI tract included. It's just the GI tract might be sensitive from your past, and it may take time to get you there.
Thank you. Just that suggestion alone of a way to use onion and broccoli for people that are sensitive to those now, those cooking suggestions, those are very, very helpful. Thank you.
Welcome.
I heard you once say, Dr. Fuhrman, that if you don't like vegetables, you better live close to a hospital. And I'm thinking now where gut is concerned, if people don't eat vegetables, their microbiome is not getting the diversity that they really need for optimal functioning.
Yes, of course. That's why the vegetable-based diet has to be the cornerstone of healing an injured digestive tract. And you may have, but people have been trained since they're very young, almost since they're weaned from the breast, to overeat. Because in our society, people are, how should you say, it's more favorable for your child to look plump, to look more round and to look fatter, and they cherubic or whatever it's called. In other words, it's more favorable and then parents brag how big their kids are and how fast they're growing. They're not understanding that the skinnier they are and the slower they grow, the longer they live. And if they exceed parental height, if their predicted height is larger than how genetics would have predicted their height by their parental height. Parental height predicts genetic height for your child, and if you exceed that, it's not favorable to feed your child to maximize growth. So what I'm saying right now is we have a whole population that's been trained to overeat. So now when they go and they start to eat healthier, they're still overeating, and they're chronically overeating food and stuffing out their stomach and eating till they're full and eating too frequently. And the digestive tract never has a chance to heal between meals to digest food well. Let me explain this one more time, is that we have glands that line the digestive tract that secrete, they collapse and expunge their contents and drop their enzymes onto the food we're digesting. So let's say I have this tear-shaped gland that is now squeezing down and releasing all their digestive enzymes onto the digestive tract. Now they take hours to fill back up again. Now the enzymes may not come back in that gland for them being ready to digest food again, especially if you're eating a heavy food like beans or something, or nuts, or meat. Then you're not going to have a good enzymes to digest those foods in 3 or 4 hours after you just ate. You got to wait and not eat for a while. So the idea that people are chronically snacking and putting foods in their mouth and recreational eating all day and then overeating, their next meal is often consumed without having the digestive and enzymatic capacity to digest it adequately, because they've overeaten in the prior meal and enough time hasn't passed until they began to eat the next meal. So another element is that people are, what I'm saying right now is they're so chronically adapted to overeating and eating so much food and so frequently that it also interferes with digestive capacity and digestive efficiencies when they start eating a diet that's healthy with a lot of fiber.
And so many people, even if they're not overeating, are eating so late, like right before. So many people I see eat before bed.
Right. That's the secret trick. The secret trick to good health is that we've learned recently, like in the last 3 to 5 years, we've learned this. And a lot of us in lifestyle medicine have changed their advice based on this unbelievable amount of research that come out in the last 5 years, demonstrating how beneficial it is to finish eating dinner earlier and going to bed on an empty stomach. Of course, it makes sense. You know, when you sleep is when your body heals best, and you get rid of the brain gets rid of the reactive oxygen species in the brain while you're sleeping, and your digestive tract. So of course the repair process, we know, and I've been saying this for decades, that the detoxification process in which the body is able to reduce free radicals occurs best in the non-feeding state when digestion has ceased. It's over. So we can effectively detoxify, enhance cellular repair, remove free radicals, advanced glycation end products, and acids like ammonia and uric acid and urea. We can actually get rid of toxins better when we're not digesting food, when it's finished. And since that's the purpose of sleep, is to do that in the brain, and then we do it better in the brain when the body is doing it at the same time. It makes so much sense. And now we're seeing studies that show that it enhances longevity, it slows aging when we eat an earlier dinner, or the most important thing is trying to go to bed on an empty stomach. And I'm not always perfect on this. Sometimes I eat dinner early and then I didn't eat enough food, or I ate too early and I'm really hungry at night and I give in and I have something at night, but I'm still tweaking it and I'm working on it and I'm trying to get it I'm not saying everybody's not perfect, but we're trying to do the best we can. So most nights to time the food, and if I and so I'm not too hungry at night, but a little bit of hunger before I go to bed at night, and just have a little water and go to bed or something. I'm tweaking that. And everybody should be working on this. Tweaking and working on the amount of food and the timing of the food, and that'll improve digestion too.
So probably these midnight buffets that you get on the cruise ships, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So Dr. Fuhrman, what effects specifically do animal products in general and dairy in particular have on our gut in general, but especially people that are suffering?
Well, you can imagine that the more you eat foods that are high in protein, means that the body dumps acid into the digestive tract. And it jumps, the amount of acid it dumps in there is proportional to the amount of protein, particularly animal protein, as a very strong stimulant for acid dumping into the digestive tract. So what I'm saying right now is a lot of people have heard something about having an alkaline diet versus an acid diet, and eating alkaline foods and not acid foods. And it's funny how that eating acid foods promote acid bacteria. We're saying gram-negative bacteria instead of gram-positive bacteria. But you eat these acid-promoting foods, and I want to make this clear, that the acid, you're not acidifying your body or your digestive tract from eating tomatoes or a lemon or an orange that you think people think are acid or acid. No, the acid in those foods that you think are acidic is microscopic compared to the huge amount of acid produced by eating an animal protein and the acid the body produces by itself to dump onto the food to digest it. What I'm saying right now, when you have an acid pH in the urine, or you have your blood is too acidic, or when your digestive tract is too acidic, it's the own acid your body is producing. It's not the acid from the food. And you know, all these people with acid reflux and are always saying you can't eat tomatoes, you can't eat oranges, I can't eat this, it's all acid, they bother me, whatever. So I'm saying that but mostly what produces huge amounts of acid that's destructive to the digestive tract lining is eating, of course, animal products. And then the lack of diversity in the bacteria and the overgrowth of unfavorable bacteria make you more prone to having bowel infection or something that could trigger stress, and getting sick, taking an antibiotic, taking a drug, some kind of thing, taking something toxic. Some people could eat a head of cabbage and they could have dumped some pesticide on the cabbage or something. And if they're eating some food, they don't realize there's some chemical on it that they took into the body, and they start to feel sick. What I'm saying right now is that the animal products and the lack of diversity of the bacteria in the gut makes your body with less resiliency, less ability to deal with an immediate stress like COVID-19, or like being exposed to a toxin, or being exposed to pollution in a fire or something, or a tremendous emotional strain in your life. When your body is teetering and eating unhealthily, and you're below the level of perception, so you don't feel unhealthy, but you're not eating unhealthy, then some stress factor can throw you over into a serious medical tragedy or medical disease. So all these things play a role. Even if you feel well, you're not well. And I always say to people, there's no such thing as a healthy overweight person. Because I know that the overweight community likes to teach people that you can be healthy and overweight at the same time. And I'm saying that's totally not true. They do not live together. That you can't be overweight and healthy at the same time, because fat cells throw out toxins, harbor and increase insulin resistance. They throw out inflammatory substances like cytokines and lipokines, which make you prone to cytokine storm, and they otherwise have negative metabolic effects on the body. But those metabolic effects that are negative, which can increase your risk of death from something like COVID-19, immediately start to be reduced and go to a safer spot when people start to eat healthier and lose weight. What I'm saying right now is that if you're 50 pounds overweight or 100 pounds overweight, you're not going to be to a normal weight in the next couple of weeks. But in the next couple of weeks of losing weight and flooding your body with beneficial foods, even if it causes some gas or indigestion, you could immediately start to lower inflammation in your body, lower the risk of cytokine storm, lower insulin resistance. We can see beneficial changes occur, protecting people by 100-fold degrees of protection against, let's say, harmful effects or death from COVID, just because they made that change or losing weight, eating healthfully, even if they're still overweight. We don't have to say to a person, you're still going to be, in other words, they can dramatically reduce the risk if they're steadily losing and eating right. And the reason for me saying this right now is to make sure people have hope. They don't throw in the towel and they say, well, I'm never going to lose my weight. I'm never going to get to a normal weight. I'm going to, and I might as well just be fearful and give up and check out and not even try. And I'm saying, no, that's not occur. You can actually get rid of diabetes while you're still overweight if you keep losing weight steadily. And our experience has been where we use 2 pounds a week for a significantly overweight person, like 40 pounds overweight or more, we want them to lose at 1 kilogram a week, because that's when we really see the beneficial effects we see on estrogens dropping, CRP improving, white blood cell counts dropping, insulin resistance enhancing, so insulin sensitivity enhancing. So we start to see, and the immune system function coming back to normal. So I have a lot of people that are overweight following the plan, losing weight, and I feel they're protected because they've done such a good job and they're doing such a good job moving in the right direction. And they have a kind of less fear about COVID-19.
Thank you. Why are dairy products so problematic for people with gut issues?
Well, we know that fiber is the key to promote the growth of good bacteria that produce the short-chain fatty acids that have the negative feedback loop in the central nervous system. In other words, what I'm saying right now is that when we eat foods that have no fiber in them, we're not going to have a favorable response. But besides not having fiber in them, they still are very growth promoting food, which cause a hormonal imbalance. Dairy products cause a hormonal imbalance towards growth. They accelerate production of growth promoting hormones like IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor 1. So, and insulin-like growth factor 1 has the word insulin in it, and it has the effect to bind to the insulin receptor. And just like eating sugar, and makes every food more glycemic, and the surge of sugar into the bloodstream has a negative effect on brain cells, and the surge of sugar also has a negative effect on bowel function. So what I'm saying right now is that when you eat dairy products, because it raises IGF-1, it has the effect to make you more insulin resistant and to make the sugar you eat more dangerous as well. And also, when you eat dairy products, it makes other things more dangerous. When you eat beans, or when you eat greens, or you eat mushrooms, it makes other things less dangerous. It makes other things you're doing, it's not right. It makes them less harmful, and dairy products make things more harmful through multiple mechanisms, including we're talking about the bacteria that live off dairy, that dairy products produce in the gut, mostly the Enterobacteriaceae, I think that's called, Enterobacteriaceae, that lives in the gut, and those are gram negatives that are promoted from eating dairy products, are very negative for digestion and particularly for inflammation.
Yeah, absolutely. A few years ago, Dr. Fuhrman, I don't think anybody ever really heard the word SIBO, but now it seems like everybody either has it or knows someone that has IBS and SIBO. Why do you think it's the people are more getting the diagnosis, or is something changed that so many people seem to be suffering with this?
I think that it's just that more doctors are making a diagnosis on the same amount of people that were suffering with it. So I think that it's just doctors will throw out the diagnosis and they have the ability to test for it, or they didn't have the ability to test for it in the past. And of course, taking antibiotics, so that's saying that you have an overgrowth of bacteria in the gut. And then they give you antibiotics to lower the growth of bacteria in the gut, which then lower the growth of good bacteria in the gut, which means the bad bacteria regrow again. The person temporarily feels better from taking antibiotics, but it's not a permanent solution. It actually can make things worse over time, as you're still not having a favorable, not producing the right soil for your garden, and you think that just killing the bacteria. That's the medical profession works. They're always looking for something they can treat with a drug. So we have diabetics being treated with diabetic drugs because we can measure the blood glucose, and we have drugs that can lower it. If we didn't have drugs that could lower it, then doctors wouldn't be so concerned with measuring it more, because being overweight is more of a problem than your sugar running a little high anyway. So people allow people to be more overweight. They give them drugs that cause weight gain and they're controlling their sugar, and the drugs make them control their sugar and cause them to gain more weight. Why wasn't the weight gain is a stronger factor on modulating longevity than even the high sugar would have been? So they're just changing one thing they can, but it's the same thing with cholesterol, with blood pressure. We're giving people drugs to just moderate the soft endpoint, not the hard endpoint, which is death or cancer, because the drugs then increase the risk of cancer. So here we're giving people drugs that can cause cancer to moderate their soft endpoints, which we can measure the excess bacteria in the gut, instead of getting them to chew better and to eat less food and to eat less often, and to, so we're talking about and to increase their diversity of food, but of course it's increasing diversity in the plant kingdom, while removing the animal products or reducing the animal products and the processed foods and the processed and the flours and the sweet and the sweets as well and the oils, right? So we have to get. So I'm suggesting that with the judicious use of intermittent fasting and prevent people from overeating and eating right, we can measurably reduce the excessive growth of bacteria in the gut. And we don't have to give people an antibiotic to get there.
So even if they have the diagnosis of IBS and SIBO, there's ways they can get better eventually without having to take antibiotics, you think?
Exactly. My fear is that giving them antibiotics makes them feel better in the short term, but it's not going to solve anything in the long term and could further complicate the issue in the long term. They could, So we want to give them a way, it's always better to do things naturally. I remember in medical school, in the first pharmacology course that was given to us as first-year medical students, the professor said that never forget that all drugs are toxic and they work by blocking or interfering some natural body action. And the majority of them are likely carcinogenic. And they also, neither do we study how drugs are used. When the drugs' side effects and dangers are studied, they're studied when people are just looking at that one drug. They're never studied in polypharmacy situations where people are taking multiple drugs together, where they increase their side effects and medical risks. And as physicians, we should be striving to remove the cause of disease, to enable people to avoid medicinal substances as much as possible. And you learn this in the first course, or at least I did, in the first year of medical school. And then as you go through your medical education, it's never mentioned again, and you're just learning how to treat people with drugs. And people get out in practice, and people come into their offices, and they're anxious to write prescriptions because it makes the doctor look like they're worthful, they're useful. The person comes there, a person that goes to a doctor, a medical doctor whose job is to prescribe drugs, is paying their money to see a doctor is like saying, I'm coming in to pay you and I want a prescription from you. And the doctor's obliged because they want the patient to come back, so they give them a prescription. So doctors are going to, they say, a carpenter who has a hammer and a nail is going to look to use it, you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is right now is doctors overprescribe. And I'm trying to do the opposite, is underprescribe or not prescribe. It's funny because I'm working here in California and being with a lot of naturopaths, right? Who don't give as much you think is drugs, but I'm finding out that they overprescribe. And the naturopaths overprescribe. I'm saying I'm more of a naturopath than the naturopaths. Because they're giving people antibiotics and they're giving people more remedies, more natural remedies, and I'm trying to get them off the remedies and get them well so they don't need as many remedies. You know what I mean?
Maybe just have on your prescription plan, eat fruits and vegetables.
Well, of course, because of the complicated nature of people's conditions, they need a little modification and tweaking to meet their individual needs, and especially in their transitional phase coming off drugs, and especially sometimes transitioning to healthy eating when they're having these digestive difficulties. So that's where the experience, of course, and giving people those options are helpful. Even some natural substances can be helpful in transitional phases, but not to the extent that, people just throwing drugs and remedies at people.
Yeah, of course. And it's amazing how many people are on more than one prescription. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Dr. Fuhrman, you mentioned not to have flour, oil, and sugar. I was a pastry chef. If you take those things away, you're not going to be able to have cake. So why are these things so bad, especially for people with GI disorders?
The cake diet, we're going to take their cake diet away. Now I always say people they eat cake for breakfast. They eat, what do they eat? A little muffin? That's cake without the icing. It's like a cupcake without the icing on top. Or they have a cold cereal. We find they're just eating sugar and flour. And then what is pizza? It's a cake. They have pizza for lunch or a burger for lunch, cake with meat on it or a cake with cheese on it. They're just cake. And then they have pasta. They're just bread and more, but it's just like, and then it's a cake diet,
Sounds pretty good.
See, the glycemic effect of a grain is proportional to how finely it's been ground. And even whole grain pastry flour is a high glycemic food. Just because it's made from whole wheat doesn't make it low glycemic. And commercial baked goods that you buy, they're grinding those wheats into pastry flours because people like that soft mouthfeel that melt in your mouth, The whole wheat breads are like mush, except for one that maybe there's a Food for Life Ezekiel bread that still has some substance to it, that they're not grinding it to a fine mush grain. And I'm saying it's not even bad enough that people are eating these grains. It's worse that they grind them so fine. So I eat a little bread, but I only eat those two brands. I eat the Ezekiel brand, and I eat not much, but once in a while. And I have sometimes the manna bread. It's like made from a sprouted loaf or something, because they're not finely ground. And so when you finely grind the grain, it also causes more oxidation and more destruction of the nutrients that were in the grain as well. So some of those grains are relatively wholesome, are high in vitamin E and selenium, and have a lot of favorable fibers to grow bacteria. But if you cook the grain in water, and if you make it into a loaf that you put it the whole grain, not the flour, but the whole wheat berry or the whole spelt grain or whatever, you put it in let's say your Vitamix, and you just pulse it a little bit and grind it so it's not so finely ground, and then you soak it for longer. And then you mix it with some, chopped apple skin or mashed banana or avocado, and you make I'm saying avocado instead of the oil. So then you're making a homemade bread that's going to be more coarse, not as fluffy. Now you have to let it sit with the yeast for a long time, but then you can make a bread. But what helps also, besides making the grain more coarsely grind, is removing some of that flour and then substituting some, of course, bean flour or nut flour in, because then it's lower glycemic. So we're going to, use a little soy flour or a little bit of, chickpea flour or whatever kind of, almond flour, a little bit in there in the grain, so you can make a bread that's not as glycemically unfavorable, and a person could have a small amount of it. So I'm saying that you were saying the most of the bad things about flour is how finely they grind it, but the high carbohydrate grain is worse when it's more finely ground compared to a lentil or a chickpea or a soybean that's more finely ground. Doesn't have as many negative effects as grains being so finely ground. So that's why mixing that is somewhat helpful in the recipe you're making.
And sugar and oil, these are not favorable in general for our health, but especially for our guts, correct?
Right. You would say that the high sugar causes the overgrowth of bacteria. And you know what? And artificial sweeteners are even worse, like aspartame and erythritol, and all these things cause overgrowth of bad bacteria and perpetuate people's inability to digest vegetables, because they're still using artificial sweeteners and sweeteners on their food. And that includes honey and maple syrup. If they're having digestive issues with sweeteners, just sweeten things with mashed banana or some other gentle sweetener with the whole fruit. And then if they're healthy enough, they can tolerate a little bit of dried fruit here and there in their diet, but only if they're having digestive trouble, they should just use the whole fruit or just mash a banana up and mix it with something.
And that's great. I've done a lot of recipes just using that. Use the whole fruit, and nothing but the whole fruit. So help you God. What about, like, a lot of people like stevia, but that's not good for your gut, I'm told.
It's really not ideal for the gut. It may not be as bad as other things like aspartame, but it's still not good for the gut, and it's also not good for the brain. And also, it gets people. How should I say? It perpetuates the desire for everything to be too sweet. So it allows them to make things overly sweet, and then they just continue to be desirous of things that are too sweet. And it has it doesn't allow their taste buds to mature and to get to be able to enjoy the sweetness in a strawberry, or the sweetness in lettuce, or the sweetness in avocado, or the sweetness they don't enjoy the sweetness that's there in food, like the cashew nut, for example, because they deaden their taste buds, and then they continue to overstimulate them with stevia, monk fruit, and other even sweeteners that are otherwise low in calories and aren't that dangerous. They're still perpetuating their addiction with things being excessively sweet, and it makes them desire to eat more sweets, and it makes them desire to overeat. The main problem with monk fruit, stevia, erythritol, and xylitol, and these low-calorie sweeteners, is it keeps people wanting to overeat. They're appetite stimulants, and they're working the brain to make you desirous of eating more sugar.
Great, thank you. So what about coffee or caffeine, the effect it has on the gut? Because some people I know have chronic constipation, even if they're on a fairly healthy vegan diet, and they say, well, without that coffee, I just can't go in the morning.
Really? Wow. So yeah, some people are different, and I usually will add a little magnesium. My choice would be to add magnesium. I don't want people to drink more than 1 cup of coffee a day because of the extra caffeine, and not use too much of that for a laxative effect. And the other thing is that saliva The lack of saliva in their food makes them constipated, and maybe they have to drink in between meals to keep the bowels don't get too dry. So one is drinking a full glass of water halfway between lunch and dinner, between breakfast and lunch, and you're eating a high fluid lunch without salt, and then a glass of water halfway between lunch and dinner, and another glass at bedtime. The point I'm making is make sure there's fluid coming into the bowel. Don't eat too much dry stuff like dehydrated foods, dried fruits and dehydrated foods are things that are dry. Eat a wet, a moisture-based diet. And salt dehydrates your stool too and takes water out of the gut. And of course, get a lot of saliva in your food, which means chew better. These people do better when they chew better because now their food is being digested. There's a lot of saliva in the food, and it's when the food goes down without the saliva in it, and they can become constipated.
So really, digestion starts in the mouth. And back to what you said originally, people need to chew their food.
They need to chew much better, not just a little better. They have to chew a lot better.
Right. Well, I was taking notes as we spoke because I too don't add any salt to my food, but I never heard anyone say that salt dehydrates the bowel and it takes water out of the gut. I never heard that. So that's yet another reason to maybe not eat it.
Yes, because you know that salt's going to increase your blood volume and make your blood swell with fluid. And where does it get their fluid from? It makes the stool more dry, which then hardens the gut. So whenever your body needs, like if you're getting dehydrated and you're doing more running and more exercise and you're sweating more and you don't drink, you're going to form a drier stool. You're going to dehydrate your stool, and your body needs water. It takes it out of the gut. We don't want our gut stool to be wet. We don't want it to be dry. We want it to be wet, so it passes through nicely. So if you're going to dehydrate yourself, so of course salt is going to dehydrate, is going to dry out the stool.
Interesting. I don't eat it, so I never heard of that before. So thank you. There are people, and again, and unless they're lying, they say they're following a nutritarian diet, or at least to the best of their ability, but they're still constipated. How can that be? Are they just not exercising, so their gut's not moving? I mean, what do you do? What do you recommend for chronic constipation, or any constipation for that matter?
Well, that's very, very unusual. Number one, because obviously I'm eating all this high fiber, high water content food that has a lot of water soluble materials and both soluble and insoluble fibers that hold water in the gut. So it's would be very, very unusual. So it usually means that there's a slow transit time. And I gave the formula for what they need to do. And over time, I'm sure this will work for them. But of course, at the beginning, if they're still constipated, they should use something like a little extra magnesium at night would be the simplest thing they can do. Like they could even take 600 to 900 milligrams of magnesium at bedtime or after dinner, right after dinner. And because magnesium holds water in the stool and makes your stool a little softer. We're not using laxatives because the chronic use of laxatives like Sienna and Cascara can make the nerves in the gut insensitive to stimulation of the food and make people develop chronic constipation. So avoid laxatives. We're just going to use things that are, like a bowel emollient that holds water in the stool. And so it's things that are more gentle, and then they're easy to wean off them as they improve their diet. It's usually the result, what we discussed earlier in this podcast, that people are still suffering from the effects of their bad diet that they ate years ago, and they have more spasm and inflammation in the gut, and there's spasm and things are being held up because the body is not relaxed. And stress could be an issue. Emotional stress could be an issue, causing spasm in the gut, indigestion, and abdominal pain and constipation. So emotional stress could be causing that. And people in today's society, people are involved with, how should you say it? There's no kindness, compassion, appreciative gratitude, where the people are, the selfish mindset, and people need to get more training in mindfulness and being at peace with themselves and with others, and all the antagonism between groups of people and the drive to be superior, or to a drive for achievement or get approval from other people. It's put people on so much stress. They're being taught all bad things to emulate in today's society, which put people under chronic stress, which leads to digestive issues. Your digestive tract is a total expression of the digestive affects the brain, And the brain affects the digestive tract. They're intimately connected by nerves, and the bacteria send signals back and forth too. And if you're not going to be at peace with yourself and content with your life, you're not going to have good digestion, either. It's going to affect digestion. So it's again, we have to see people in a holistic manner. When we're dealing with people that are overweight, we're not just treating the diet, we're treating their personalities and their emotions and trying to get them to be happier. So they're not reliant on food for their happiness and for their pleasure. They're not utilizing food for the wrong reasons. And this is all back to the questions you're asking me about why people are still constipated that are eating right. There's a lot of that could be other factors involved that are have to do with stress and emotions as well.
Oh, thank you for addressing that. What about the opposite? Some people tell me, well, I can't eat all those vegetables. They give me diarrhea.
They got to chew better.
All right. What about alcohol? So many people have the idea that it's heart healthy, but like you say, if it's good for one part of the body, it's probably good for all parts. And the same thing, if it's not good for one part, it's probably not good for all the parts. So since we're talking about gut health, what effect does alcohol play?
Well, alcohol is an inflammatory substance. You're pouring alcohol, which is an irritant. You're irritating the digestive tract. And it depends on how much of it you use. But we know that even in studies that show that women, for example, who have 1 glass of wine per day increase the risk of breast cancer by about 10 to 15%, depending on the study. So even moderate use of alcohol has a negative effect on cancer. And it also causes increased cancer of the digestive tract itself, not just of the breast and the prostate, but also the digestive tract and being exposed to it. So it's interesting to see that in the last 5 or 6 years, the things that I've been advising people over the last 30 years, now we have regular medical doctors and more medical research journals coming out saying there's no healthy amount of alcohol. Even a moderate amount of alcohol is overall harmful. And there's no overall heart benefits to people using alcohol. There's no weighing that when we use alcohol, we're doing something negative, not positive. And just because alcohol or just because wine contains resveratrol or other beneficial substances from grapes, it's still better if you got those substances from eating real food like mushrooms and fruit than if you got them from drinking alcohol with a substance in it. So it's still, I could not advocate that, but if that's going to make the difference, a person had 1 or 2 a week, not to take away all their pleasure if they feel, I will sometimes say we'll just do 1 or 2 a week then, not 1 or 2 a day. But still, it's not something we're encouraging people to do.
Right. But you do encourage people to move their body every day, right?
Move their bowels every day is what you're saying?
Yeah, that too. Move their body. Exercise, in other words.
I was just kidding.
Well, you cracked me up.
And we're talking here we're talking today in this interview about eating a large variety of different substances. To have 100 different species, hundreds of different species of bacteria in your gut, and we should do a wide variety of physical modalities too. It's I try not just to run, or not just to bike, or not just to swim, or not just to exercise with weights, or not just to stretch, not just to do yoga, not just to do McKenzie back exercise. I'm trying to do a little bit of different types of exercise, and I think that's the best way to go, especially as you get older. Is not to stress your body out by running for 25 miles a week, but to run for 2-mile runs or something, run 5 miles a week, and do other exercises. So do a variety of exercise. It's better to hit your body in different ways and keeps you not only fit, but it keeps you more resilient to getting injured and more balanced, so you're not having muscular imbalances.
Right.
Wear and tear on the body too.
And for those that have that stress component and with their GI health, it's got to be great for that as well.
Yes, sure it is. But they got to get to but we have to get to the cause, and the cause sometimes it has to do with what they've been trained, how they've been trained to think by their social environment and their parents, and that takes counseling and changing their individual drives and what they've been going for in life. They got to really sometimes rethink their life's purpose to be able to be at peace with themselves, which can take time.
Dr. Fuhrman, what's the truth about GI health?
The truth about it, which I don't have the truth about anything per se, but I'm saying the truth about it is don't focus on just GI health. Don't separate your GI from the rest of your body and focus on your overall health. And only by focusing on the overall health will your GI tract come back to good health. That's the secret.
Beautifully said.
Get
Thank you
enough
so
sleep, get into the exercise, all these things, have the right mental attitude, all these things, get rid of your extra stresses, have the passion for living, appreciate the world around you, be grateful for, see the goodness in people, work to help other people, feel good about all these things are important. The food, the way you think, the way you're sleeping, all these, learn how to meditate could help it all. Put a holistic approach to getting healthy into your life, and your GI problems will take care of themselves.
beautifully said. Thank you so much, Dr. Fuhrman.
My pleasure. Best health to everybody.
Don't you just love Dr. Fuhrman? We just got the most wonderful comment from a physician in Baltimore who said Dr. Fuhrman's interview alone was worth the price of this summit. And I agree, because you cannot glean all the golden nuggets of information that Dr. Fuhrman has to offer listening to it one time, because he is so knowledgeable and he gives so much information. I took 4 pages of notes and I know that I missed something. So don't worry if you miss anything. There'll be a replay right after the end of the day where you can watch the videos, and you can also choose to own the package and even get a buddy pass. Boy, I love Dr. Fuhrman because he tells it like it is. He does not mince words, and he cracks me up. He is such a funny guy. I really appreciate his support of our summits, and he does the weight loss summit as well. He's just such a wonderful presenter and speaker. So here's what my takeaways were. And people have asked, where can I get the takeaways? Well, you get them by listening live, and also when you choose to own the summit package. So again, this idea of the whole health, not just treating one symptom, one disease. He said the main problem with people's GI tract is that they're not eating enough wide amount of plant food. Again, variety, diversity. And you're going to hear that from a lot of speakers over and over. 30 plants a week is what they want. Animal products and refined carbohydrates, sweets, promote unfavorable bacteria like C. difficile, gram-negative enterobacteria. An unhealthy diet promotes unhealthy bacteria, and that's what leads to chronic inflammation. It's the link between these unfavorable bacteria species and the inflammatory markers like CRP. He mentioned that this is a high sensitivity, there's an inverse relationship. The bacteria, the favorable bacteria, protects us. It slows the absorption. And foods like beans and onions and zucchinis, artichokes, asparagus, mushrooms, he said, were particularly important because they thicken the biofilm, which is the barrier that covers the villi in the small intestine. And speaking of chronic inflammation, it's not to shame or blame people that are overweight, but he is one of the many speakers that say there is no such thing as health at every size, because when you are overweight, you are in a state of chronic inflammation. But when you change what you eat, even if you remain overweight while you're doing it, you're going to improve all of these markers. Beans have this resistant starch, which give us the second meal effect and slow digestion. And he said, if you struggle with beans, eat one bean. And he has a place in San Diego called the Eat to Live retreat, where he works with people on this. Places like True North, the Fasting Escape, they can work with you if you really have been suffering a long time with these severe GI problems, either doing water fasting or a feeding program designed by one of the doctors there. He talked about the overglycemic response of foods. That cracked me up when he said people eat cake for breakfast just without the frosting. And he talked about his G-bombs, green beans, onions, mushroom, berries, and seeds are most favorable foods for overall health, but also for the microbiome. And so I hope you're hearing a theme with these speakers that it's what's good for your health is what's going to be good for your gut. It's not that you need one thing for your gut and one thing for your kidney and one thing for your liver. You need a whole food plant-based diet, unprocessed, free of processed food, or as few as possible, and either no animal products or minimal. Dan Buettner, I think says in the Blue Zones that these people, they ate meat 5 times a month, not 3 times a day.
He says that when you eat these foods, you have better digestion, slower absorption of the glucose through the digestive tract wall. And what happens is in a lot of people, food doesn't get properly digested and enters the bloodstream, and you're more likely to have leakages. And one of the reasons it doesn't get properly digested is because people don't do what Dr. Clapper said to do yesterday: chew your food into a cream. You know, nature already gave us 32 of the best juicers and blenders, and we have them in our mouth. They're called teeth. So he says that, these foods enter the gut and then they enter the bloodstream. And this is what Dr. Clapper was talking about yesterday with leaky gut, that it's not totally digested. And then you're more likely to have bloating. So if you are somebody that suffers from bloating, are you eating slowly, undistracted? Are you chewing your food to a cream, or are you driving and looking on your phone at the same time? But he talked about these gassy reactions to certain foods. It takes time. It can take months to undo the damage and getting used to the fiber. And he said being overweight and not having properly functioning gallbladder, because the acid bile dumps into the GI tract, that, people that are overweight, it can be more of a problem and they can experience a lot more of these GI problems. So we want to look at that as well. And we have a summit for that too, coming up in February, the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, which I think you'll enjoy. But he says a lot of times, even people eat healthy food, they just eat too much. They're eating too much food at one time. And so these people that are eating one meal a day, that's too much food at one time. It's not recommended. Intermittent fasting is a period, but not just, having one binge a day. He says what's going to make you feel better is not always what's going to get you better. I love how Dr. Furman's always said feeling better doesn't mean getting better. And so a lot of GI doctors put people on a low fiber diet, but you'll be sick the rest of your life if you do that. He says it can take 6 months for things to start improving. And that's why he likes to start his patients with cooked vegetables, cooked squashes, quinoa, bananas, oats, things like that, steamed zucchini, things that are easy to digest at first. And again, it won't matter what you eat if you're not chewing your food to a liquid. And then he says at the beginning, adding more cooked food and less raw food can be very helpful. But when you eat a narrow range of food, it keeps your microbiome with a narrow range of bacteria. And so he wants to get the person accustomed to a higher amount of fiber, but over time, again, you're going to hear this idea, go low and slow, low and slow. You didn't develop these GI problems overnight, and they're not going to go away overnight either. So he says he'll start out with literally 1 leaf of lettuce at each meal, 1 tablespoon of lentils, 3 to 4 chickpeas, and increase them very gradually, a teaspoon at a time, until the microbiome can build those favorable bacteria over weeks and months. But he said it's also normal to produce gas. Excess gas often comes from swallowing air, not chewing food well enough. And intermittent fasting and water fasting are very, very helpful to reset the bowel again and to reset the whole GI tract. And there's wonderful places like the True North Health Center, Dr. Goldhammer will be speaking today, or the Fasting Escape, or Dr. Furman's Eat to Live retreat, where you can get personalized care for these issues and begin to heal your gut. He mentioned 2 meals a day and a juice for dinner and not eating before bed. This is what I see in so many people, especially people that struggle with food addictions and trying to lose weight. We're not supposed to eat at night. We're supposed to only eat when it's light. And then just remember that if you're especially experiencing GI problems. He says fasting can make things worse at first because it intensifies the detoxification process, the bile dumping from the liver, the acids being poured into the digestive tract. Detox, he said, is not only due to bad bacteria, but can be from eating unhealthily in the past. He said, even if it was in the long ago past. I mean, how many of us were born eating perfectly? I've only met 2 of those people in my life, and one of them is Dr. Goldhammer's son. He says mushrooms must be fed to people to get their GI tract better, even if it's high FODMAP. And all the speakers will agree that the FODMAP diet is not for, if you do choose to do it, it's for a very, very short period of time. But Dr. Furman never recommends restricting mushrooms if you're trying to heal your GI tract. But he also does mention that they must be cooked. He said the primitive mind, I love Dr. Furman because he's one of the few plant-based doctors that really understands and believes in food addiction.
And he talked about how the primitive mind is always looking for an excuse to go back to eating these foods. Oh, but I had indigestion, I bloated, I didn't feel good. Because food addiction is a very powerful driver of a lot of people's decisions on what they choose to eat. Dr. Furman said that remaining overweight creates a chronic state of inflammation, dumping reactive oxygen species into the digestive tract. Mushrooms are so beneficial to healing the gut wall, as are winter squashes, quinoa, zucchini. With the skin on, these are all good for the GI tract. And for most people, these are very gentle for the GI tract. He says soybeans are the easiest legume to digest, so it's a good starter bean. He said mushrooms must be cooked, but they can be dried, and to eat a variety of them. He concurred you can't be healthy and overweight at the same time, and that the lack of diversity of bacteria and the overgrowth of bacteria and animal products makes the body less resilient to deal with emotional stressors like COVID-19, because it makes you prone to a cytokine storm. He said dairy has no fiber and causes hormonal imbalance. It promotes an increase in IGF-1 and has a negative effect on bowel function. And that taking antibiotics for SIBO may make people feel better, but may complicate issues in the long term, and then they may not get better. He said what he learned the very first day in medical school, never forget that all drugs are toxic. He said the glycemic effect of grains is how finely it's been ground, and that if someone chooses to eat bread, eat like an Ezekiel bread, not a very soft bread. And if you want to sweeten things, use mashed banana, not artificial sweeteners or refined stevia. And one of the things I've never interviewed a GI doctor that thought any artificial sweetener was good for the gut. I mean, we know that, like if you remember Dr. Emran Meyer's presentation, he was a confectioner for years, and he mentioned how bad sugar is for the gut, but that all the sugar alcohols, anything that ends in OL, erythritol, xylitol, sorbitol, mannitol, these are actually worse. They're a nightmare, and stevia too. And Dr. Furman also gave another reason it's stevia, or maybe it's stevia, I don't know. He said it's absolutely horrible for the brain because it perpetuates the desire for everything you eat to be sweet. Even he says things like monk fruit, erythritol, they make you overeat and then crave and desire more sugar. He's not completely against coffee like Dr. Goldhammer will be in an upcoming presentation, but like Dr. Clapper, he concurred that no more than a cup a day. And he said for people that are suffering from constipation, magnesium 600 to 900 at night. And he said the more better, you need saliva. You got to chew better, because in the mouth, that actually affects the other end and the constipation. So if you are constipated, how well are you chewing? Are you chewing food to a cream? Because if you see undissolved food in your stool, you're not. And this is one of the biggest takeaways. I mean, I've known all the deleterious effects of salt for many years. I haven't eaten salt in, over probably 12 years now. We were raised on a salt-free diet at home because my parents were older when I was born. In their 50s, they already had heart disease, so I never developed a taste for it. But I never knew that where the GI tract is concerned, that salt actually dehydrates the bowel and takes water out of the gut. Fascinating. And that the chronic use of laxatives make gut nerves insensitive. And so that's a lot of times people have problems because of past laxative abuse. So again, there's so many different treatments we're offering you for constipation. You have to figure out what the root cause of your constipation is, because if it's a mechanical thing, all the fiber in the world won't help. That's why you're going to learn from the pelvic floor physical therapist some things you can do if you have a certain type of constipation. But if it's caused by the standard American diet, well, then we know the cause for sure. He says people are suffering from the effects of a bad diet, and that alcohol is an irritant to the GI tract. It increases your risk of GI diseases, and that, as the World Health Organization concurred, there is no healthy or safe amount of alcohol. And I love how he ended, focus on health and you'll have everything. It's like a quote that Dr. Goldhammer says all the time. Good health is a result of healthy eating. If you enjoyed these takeaways and want to listen to them again, they will be available in the Summit package, along with the written transcripts, audio downloads, and the videos you can watch in the Member Center. And everyone that purchases will get a Buddy Pass, perfect just in time for the holidays. Our next presentation from Dr. Rosanne Oliveira will blow your mind, because I had no idea there was such a strong connection between people's inability to lose weight and keep it off and their gut health. Please welcome my friend, Dr. Rosanne Oliveira. Hi, Dr. Oliveira, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today.
My pleasure, AJ. You know, I absolutely adore talking to you. Anything that you produce, I put together, you can always count me.
Oh, that's great. You're one of my favorites. Thank you.
So I thought that today, I usually talk about weight loss. As you know, I love talking about that. And today I wanted to talk about weight loss as it relates, or gut health as it is related to weight loss. And I thought I would start with a few slides, because visuals can be very helpful. And then after I give a short presentation, and we can come back and chat, which is something that you and I love to do. So if you allow me, I will share my screen. And I have my slides here. And we'll start. So I want to talk really specifically about whole food plant-based diets and weight loss, and what is it that the gut has to do with it. Because when we talk about weight loss, most often than not, people believe that it's simply a matter of math. It's calories in and calories out. As long as you eat less and you burn more, you have absolute no weight problem. And this is way simplistic. And if it were true, what we would expect is anybody who has ever tried to lose weight by counting calories or reducing their caloric intake and exercising to increase their caloric expenditure would have lost weight and would have been able to keep the weight off. And that's not true. And the other thing that happens is that even among us who follow a whole food plant-based diet, we know that people eat on average between 3 to 5 pounds of food every day. And then we tend to do this, or go on the same simplistic explanation, where we expect people to believe that the reason that a whole food plant-based diet works is because the foods are naturally low in calorie, which is true. And as long as you eat 3 to 5 pounds of food, they are in the lower range of the energy density, you are set. But again, if it was just a matter of calorie, anybody who would reduce the caloric intake would have the same results. But there's something about whole plant foods that is related to gut health that makes all the difference. And that's what I want to talk about today. So when we talk about weight loss, so appetite and body weight control, that happens in the brain. So the hypothalamus is responsible for food intake and for energy expenditure. And there are signals that come from the body into the brain that will be regulating that, regulating our appetite and regulating how much food we eat and regulating how much energy we get to expend every single day. And there are long-term signals coming from basically adiposity signals, like how much fat we already have stored in our body. And there are short-term regulators, one of which is ghrelin, we're going to be talking about today. So all of these hormones or peptides or other molecules send signal to the brain that tells us whether or not we're supposed to eat more or eat less. When it comes to ghrelin and leptin, they control appetite in different ways. As I mentioned, leptin is a long-term regulator and ghrelin is a short-term regulating, which means ghrelin will tell you whether or not to eat more or less on a meal-to-meal basis, while leptin tells you whether or not you need to eat more or less on a week-to-week basis or month-to-month basis. It's long-term because it's based on your reserves, how much fat you have already stored to say, do you need to store more for a rainy day or not? So, but basically, when we are hungry before we are about to start eating, ghrelin is expected to be high. That's how we feel that we are hungry. And leptin is supposed to be low. And then once we eat, the reverse happens. Then ghrelin goes down and leptin goes high. And this communication between our stomach and our gut and the brain is what we call this brain-gut axis. So the communication occurs from the brain to the gut and from the gut to the brain. And we need this communication to be happening in the most perfect way for the body or for the weight to be the weight that we want. So for us to be able to lose weight and to keep the weight off, this brain-gut axis needs to be working properly. And the big difference between just eating foods that are low in calories, like when we are just counting calories on a diet, and actually eating foods that have low calorie, but have something else that it makes a difference, and that something else is fiber. So whole plant foods have fiber, and fiber is essential for gut health, and fiber is essential for weight loss and to keep the weight off. And the reason for that is that fiber is not something that we can digest. We have just a handful, a little more, like a dozen or so more enzymes there are in our bodies. They're able to break down fiber. So we need the help of a gut microbiota, of our gut microbes, to be able to digest this fiber. So if we have fiber in the diet, and it can fiber or resistant starches, so those are starches that resist digestion until they get to our colon or large intestine. So when we have fiber and resistant starches getting to our large intestine, that's when our gut microbes go to town, because they have over 60,000 different enzymes. They are specifically made to digest this type of food. And then when the gut microbiota digests fiber, they produce short chain fatty acids. And there are 3 of them. There are more prevalent than the others. They're acetate, propionate, and butyrate. And they are all magical in their own way. They all have something, an important role to play when it comes to this communication between the gut and the brain, and when it comes to weight loss. So when we look at the enterocytes, or the cells in our intestine lining, we see there are some specialized cells called L cells, and they have receptors at the top that can sense different signals that come from short chain fatty acids, that also come from macronutrients that we eat, carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. And these L cells then, when receive the signals, they will produce certain peptides that are going to then send signals straight to the brain to say, we've had enough to eat, we are fine, thank you very much. And 2 of those peptides would be GLP-1, or glucagon-like peptide 1, and PYY, or peptide YY. And the difference, so they're both produced by intestine they're produced by the L cells in the intestine once our gut microbes have the opportunity to digest this fiber and produce short chain fatty acids. So GLP-1 will do a few things. One, it will increase insulin release that is directly related to the amount of glucose that we have in the body, which is what we want. If we have more glucose, we have insulin being released so that we can then send the excess glucose to the muscles and then to the liver as storage for us to be able to use between meals. But GLP-1 also will have a direct effect in our brain, telling our brain that we shouldn't be hungry, so hunger goes down and satiety goes up. But two other things that I love about GLP-1 is one, it slows the emptying of the stomach. So it makes the food goes slower in the stomach. And when that happens, then the stomach tends to distend more, and is another way that we feel full, like less food is necessary for us to do that, and it continues to go. And then GLP-1 also has an effect on the brain stem, and it increases thermogenesis. So it says it's time for you to move more and burn more. And PYY also will send a signal straight to the brain that is going to increase satiety for prolonged time. And they work synergetically, meaning the more GLP-1 and the more PYY, the more the brain receives signal that we've had enough to eat and we don't need more food. So it's going to be controlling our appetite this way. This looks like a very complex slide, but it's very easy to understand. And I'm going to go through everything very slowly. So let's see, right now you eat. Once you eat, we have nerves in our stomach that will be receiving signal like stretching, like mechanic receptors. They're going to say, yes, okay, I've eaten, the stomach is getting full, and is going to be sending signals to the brain and say, something's going on, we have food. But there's also other molecules being released, cholecystokinin, or CCK, is also being produced and sent to the brain saying, I'm eating. So it's another peptide with what we call a anorexogenic effect, meaning it's going to bring our hunger, our appetite down. And then we have those CCK the signal goes through the vagus nerve, and then it gets to an area of the brain that is called the NTS. That's the satiety center in the brain. So it's CCK coming from the intestine. Once we eat, goes to the same region. And then there are leptin, insulin, and PYY. They are being produced and released and going to the brain. It just goes to a different part of the brain that I'm going to show in the next slide. But they also will have an effect in bringing down hunger and bringing satiety up. And then the signal goes back to the NTS, which is the satiety center. So in the brain, this is what we see. Remember I said that insulin and leptin are two hormones that have long-term effect in food intake and energy expenditure. So when insulin and leptin get to the brain, they're going to be working on two different types of clusters of neurons. They have weird names. They're there. I don't know if you want me to read them out loud, but the green one, this cluster of neurons called agouti-related protein or neuropeptide Y, they are supposed to increase hunger, increase food intake. And you can see that both insulin and leptin have a negative feedback, meaning when insulin and leptin are high, they tell that cluster of neurons to downregulate, not to shut down completely, but to be, the activity needs to come down. And then when that happens, then your appetite goes down. And at the same time, they have an effect on the pink cluster of neurons called POMC-CART. And then those are supposed to bring the appetite down. So that's how it works. And on the other hand, just so you understand how ghrelin works, remember ghrelin is the only, up until now, the only peptide has been described that has an orexigenic effect, meaning increased appetite. And ghrelin only will have an effect on the green cluster of the neurons, the agouti-related protein and neuropeptide Y, which is supposed to increase food intake. And I say green and pink, it's not that we have green and pink neurons, it's just the cartoon representation, but that's how it works in our brain. Then when we eat foods like beans, for example, beans are very high in both fiber and resistant starches. And those foods, they're high in both fiber and resistant starches, get to our gut, and they're going to have all these effects that I've just described. And one of the effects, it's known as the second meal effect. It used to be called the lentil effect. And that is the known effect that we know the short chain fatty acids are going to have on glucose metabolism or glucose control, which means that if you have a meal right now that has beans in it, so it's high in fiber and resistant starches, we expect the short chain fatty acids are going to be produced. Of the three that I mentioned before, propionate is going to have a very direct effect on the stomach, just very similar to the effect that I described for GLP-1, which is to slow the emptying of the stomach. And when that happens, then the food is absorbed more slowly. And that's how glucose control happens. And the second meal effect is so strong that if like two people now eat, and they've shown that in clinical studies, and that's why I mentioned it, because that's exactly what they did. They compare two groups of people. One group would be eating bread in one meal, and the other group would be eating lentils or different types of beans. And then right now, bread and beans, so both together. And just the presence of beans would make the glucose to control to be better. So what we would see, the glucose response would be smaller compared to the group that would just eat a high glycemic food. But more importantly, even 4 hours after, or sometimes the next day, if the two groups would eat just bread without the presence of beans, you would continue to see that the glucose response would be down in the person or in the group that ate beans before. So it's something that goes beyond the meal that you have just consumed, because the short chain fatty acids will have a prolonged effect. And then there was another study where they compared beans versus calorie restriction when it comes to improving risk factors related to pre-diabetes. And they compared two different groups head to head, where one group had to consume 5 cups of beans a week ad libitum, meaning don't stop eating anything that you eat, just add the beans. And the other group had to reduce their caloric consumption by 500 calories, because they think one of the risk factors for prediabetes is waist circumference, so central adiposity, and they wanted to know if they could see an effect there. And lo and behold, after the experiment, at the end of the experiment, they saw that the effects or the reduction in the risk factor was very equivalent between the two groups. But one group was actually having to restrict calorie intake by 500 calories, and the other group was just adding beans, just to show the power of those short chain fatty acids they are produced in our gut when it comes to weight control. And this is a study that I like more than most of the other ones that I talk about. And this is the direct effect of short chain fatty acids and when it comes to craving. And this was also, it was a randomized clinical trial, crossover, meaning people that are in each of the groups had to receive all the treatments. So it's not just one group receives treatment 1, the second group receives treatment 2, and then you compare. Now, everybody in the study receives both treatments. And what they did was they wanted to see if short-chain fatty acids would change how your brain will respond to food cues, and whether or not also short-chain fatty acids will change how much food you would eat. And so it was 20 healthy, non-obese men, and they were giving inulin, which is a prebiotic, and the other one was giving inulin propionate ester, meaning it was a way for them to be able to produce propionate, one of the short-chain fatty acids in the colon. But people didn't know which one they received because both were added to whatever they were eating or drinking. I think it was a drink. And then they were put under functional MRI, and they were looking at the reward center in the brain. And they were showing pictures of foods that are high in calorie or low in calorie. And it could be pizza or ice cream, and it could be a piece of fruit, it could be cucumber, you name it. And they wanted to see how the brain reacted to those food cues. And they noticed that the group that received, or they were producing propionate, one of the short-chain fatty acids, they responded a lot less. The reward center didn't light up as much as the group that did not have the short-chain fatty acids. And they also ate less food, just to show, again, that it's not a matter of eating less calories, just something magical in whole plant foods, which is the fiber, and sometimes the fiber and the resistant starches, that produces this magical molecules, short-chain fatty acids, that have massive effects in our brain. It's really the gut and the brain being able to control your appetite, and being able to control how you respond to food cues, being able to help you lose weight and to keep the weight off. So in our gut, we have about 39 trillion microbes, and most of them bacteria, an average 1,000 different species of bacteria. And then if we're eating the foods we're supposed to be eating, and I know we are biased here, we want everybody to be eating whole plant foods, what happens is that we are giving food to the good guys. The good bugs have an opportunity to eat, to digest this fiber, this resistant starches, and produce short-chain fatty acids. And among the good guys that we want to have more of, we can have the lactobacilli, the bifidobacteria, and the Prevotella. Those are the good guys. We want more of them. But then if we don't eat foods that are high in fiber, and going even further, we eat a very high fat diet, and not just any fat, but a diet that is very high in saturated fat. Something happens in our gut, and that something is called dysbiosis. Dysbiosis is when we have imbalance in our gut microbiota. And what happens is that whatever we are giving, the food that we are giving our gut microbiota, is not conducive for their own health or for our own health. And then the good bugs start decreasing in number, and the bad bugs, the ones we don't want, start increasing in number. And when that happens, we have something that is called leaky gut. And leaky gut is this. On the left side of this slide, you can see what would be a healthy epithelium, a healthy intestinal epithelium. So you see the cells, they are very tight with one another because there are tight junction proteins that keep the cells together, really connected. So it's very hard or almost impossible for a lot of things to pass through those cells and get to our bloodstream. But when we start eating a lot of saturated fat and high fiber foods, then this tight junction proteins, which by the way, one of the short chain fatty acids, butyrate, is what helps us create more, stimulate production of these tight junctions. But if we have the bad bacteria increase in number, and then butyrate, one of the short chain fatty acids, not being produced, we lose those tight junctions, and then the cells, we start seeing space between the cells, and then through the space, we start seeing all kinds of molecules being able to pass through the bloodstream. So this is what we call leaky gut. And one of those molecules that can pass through between the cells and get to a bloodstream is called LPS, which is part of the wall of the bad bugs, the bad bacteria that we don't want to even be in big number or to cross to a bloodstream. And when LPS, which is lipopolysaccharides, get to a bloodstream, it's going to stimulate an inflammatory response from us. So this is what I was explaining. So the inflammation, this is what happens when we eat high fat, low fiber diet. And then our immune cells respond by producing different molecules or cytokines, and one of them is called tumor necrosis factor alpha, or TNF alpha. And then this cytokine is going to have a direct effect in how our body can respond to insulin. So it's one of the reasons why a low-grade chronic inflammation leads to insulin resistance, because TNF alpha and other cytokines will interfere with insulin signaling. But it gets worse because saturated fat itself has a direct effect on the receptor of insulin and will also cause insulin resistance. So when just by changing what we are eating, we are changing the signal that is coming, the signals that are going from a gut to the brain. So when we have low-grade chronic inflammation, and when insulin is high, because low-grade chronic inflammation leads to insulin resistance, and saturated fat in itself, the intake of saturated fat in itself leads to insulin resistance. When you put two together, then when we eat, our response is our signals to the brain are going to be different. So we eat, and when we eat, part of what we eat, we like to store for a rainy day. But then our adipose tissue or fat tissue produces leptin that in theory needs to tell the brain, we've had enough reserves. There's no need for us to store anything else. So the centers in the brain, satiety center, can say, yes, I've had enough to eat. So that was what should happen. The brain should see leptin and say, stop eating. But then when we have low-grade inflammation and high insulin, the brain becomes leptin resistant too, which means our body produces more and more leptin, but the brain doesn't see the leptin, as if we are starving all the time. That's why if you're just changing what you eat, but not how much you eat, but not what you eat, it's going to be very hard for you to reverse this leptin resistance, and your brain will continue to stimulate you to eat more. So, and this is how obesity then happens. And this is why it's so hard to reverse by just reducing what you're eating. Because if you're reducing what you're eating instead of changing what you're eating, you have no effect in your gut. You're not producing more short chain fatty acids. They're going to send signals to the brain to say, yes, your appetite can go down, hunger goes down, satiety goes up. So when people lose weight by counting calories, something terrible happens, which is their leptin is constantly low, and their ghrelin may be either high or it can be almost constant, meaning there's no fluctuation. And those two things are bad news because you're constantly hungry. That's why 2/3 of people that lose weight counting calories only, so just reducing the amount of food they eat, they gain all the weight they lost plus more, because ghrelin and leptin is one of the mechanisms, those two together, that our bodies have to make sure we maintain our highest weight possible. Because biologically speaking, they believe that if we have this high weight, we have tons of reserve and we're not going to starve. So it's going to fight through nails to keep the weight high. And that's why when we change what we eat and we start eating high fiber or whole plant foods, what happens is we produce short chain fatty acids, and short chain fatty acids stimulate the body to produce more leptin, and also helps us keep ghrelin low. So if you give someone about 24 grams of fiber, you can wait 4 hours. That person's still going to feel full as if that person ate 500 calories worth of food, because fiber makes us full because of the short chain fatty acids. So that's the biggest difference. If someone loses weight by eating whole plant foods, in the end, the weight loss is going to be sustainable because the foods are providing short chain fatty acids that keep ghrelin and leptin where they should be. And if you just try to lose weight by counting calorie, you will lose weight, but you'll never be able to regulate leptin and ghrelin, and the signals from the gut to the brain are always going to tell you to eat more. You're always going to be hungry. And just to finalize this short presentation, I just wanted to show that this starts very early. This is the diet, the difference between diet and gut microbiota in children in Africa, in Burkina Faso, eating sorghum-based diet, so whole plant food, versus kids in Europe, and those kids were in Italy. You can see that, and this has been shown in a different study, that people that have more Bacteroidetes type of bacteria versus Firmicutes, they will tend to be lean. And those that have more Firmicutes instead of Bacteroidetes will tend to be obese. So even though these kids may not be obese, we can see that the kids in Africa have the microbiota of lean people. But more importantly, even though we can see a lot more green, right, a lot more Bacteroidetes in the African kids, even when we look at this type of bacteria in the gut of European kids, the type of bacteria is different. So in the African kids, we're going to have more of Prevotella, which is what we want. And in the European kids, we're going to have more bacteroids. And there was another study that showed that basically human beings can be divided into two different enterotypes. There are people that are going to have more bacteroids and people that are going to have more Prevotella. And then the Prevotella, just as I shown, it's the most prevalent type of bacteria in African kids who are eating whole plant foods. Those are the bacteria that are going to be digesting more carbohydrates compared to protein and fat. And those are the type of bacteria that we want to have more. So it's really related to the diet, to the gut, and the signal that is being sent to the brain. And the last thing I wanted to mention is the study that decided to do fecal transplant between humans and mice. They were germ-free, to show that the effect is related to the bacteria and the diet together, not so much the person. So they get pairs of twins that they say discordant for their BMI. So it was twins that had at least 5-point difference in their BMIs. And what they noticed is that the phenotype could be transmitted. So if you got the gut microbiota from the lean pair, for the lean of the two twins, and transfer to mice, you would see that the mice will remain lean. And if you transfer the gut microbiota from the obese twin to a germ-free mice, the mice would become obese, which shows that the gut microbiota is key. Then they went one step further and then compare that they wanted to see if the effects would be the same if they were following a diet that was low in saturated fat and high in fruits and vegetables, or basically low saturated fat, high in fiber. And they could see that what they were expecting to see, yes, the mice that received the microbiota from the obese twin gain weight, even on that type of diet, because they didn't have any other microbe of their own that could take over with a good diet. And the lean mice, or the mice that received the lean microbiota, they lost weight. But then when you put the two mice together, the one that had the obese microbiota and the one that had the lean microbiota, because mice tend to eat each other's poop, you could see transfer of microbiota, and now the mice that received the obese microbiota didn't gain weight. But the most important results came after when they gave the mice a high saturated fat, low fruits and vegetables diet, and all the mice gain weight. Meaning, even if you have amazing microbiota, if you give this microbiota the wrong food, high saturated fat, low fiber diet, the tendency is weight gain. So gut health is essential for weight loss and for maintenance of weight. So weight maintenance. So if you want to keep the weight off, once you lose your weight, you have to make sure your gut microbiota is healthy. And the easiest way to do that is if you follow a whole food plant-based diet that is also very low in fat, ideally with no added oil. That was pretty much what I wanted to say to start our conversation. I'm going to stop sharing. And any questions that you may have, I'll be ready to answer.
Oh, thank you. Well, the fecal transplant thing is fascinating, because I'm wondering if people are thinking, well, I don't need to change my diet. I'll just have a fecal transplant.
I'm sure a lot of people are thinking that, and I get this question a lot. I know that fecal transplantation is actually, the term is FMT, fecal microbiota transplantation. So you're only transplanting the microbes. And it's being used more for people that have chronic conditions that require them to completely change their microbiota. So it's not being used to treat obesity, but as you guessed, a lot of people want to do that. The thing is, and I don't have a slide to show you this, but there was a case study that I thought it was fascinating. This woman who had a C. diff infection that they could not treat with any type of antibiotic. And she required a fecal transplant. And usually there's such a thing as a fecal transplant bank, just like there's blood bank. And you should accept the microbiota from a donor that has been screened, is healthy and such. And this lady, she refused. She didn't want to receive microbiota from a stranger, and she asked to receive microbiota from her daughter. And when she did that, both of them were had more or less the same weight. But once she did that, her daughter and the mother both gained 50 pounds over the course of the next 6 months, because her daughter had a microbiota that was already probably more leaning towards weight gain. And because they probably ate the same diet, the phenotype of the daughter was transmitted to the mother. So it's something that you cannot predict, but of course, with time, I don't see that as treatment. I see a lot of people trying to do other things. If you read the latest research when it comes to obesity and gut, what they've been trying to do is, how can we give people prebiotics or probiotics that will give them the type of bacteria they need to have in order to lose weight. But the thing is, they are focusing on giving GLP-1 or PYY to try and mimic what would happen if everything was working perfectly. But nobody's really paying attention that you have to be able to maintain the weight loss. And for you to be able to do that, you need to make sure that your good bugs are the ones that are in greatest number. And to do that, you need to make sure you eat a high fiber diet. So even if you have a fecal transplant, like we just showed, you can have the perfect bacteria. But if you eat high saturated fat and low fiber, you're still going to gain weight because the other guys, the bad guys, are going to outnumber the good guys. So unless you want to do fecal transplantation every 3 months or so, I don't know how often that would have to be, but diet should be always the focus. And if you're going to talk about other things that you can do, so first is eat the most fiber that you can in your diet. So a variety of whole plant foods, they are high in fiber and resistant starches. Then if you want, those are prebiotics, but there are other probiotics that go beyond fiber and resistant starches. And I bet other doctors already talked about other types of prebiotic foods. You can eat those too, because they will help the good bugs to grow and outnumber the bad guys. And then the last thing would be looking into a probiotic, because a probiotic would give you the right bugs. And there are a few clinical trials they are looking into specific strains that have been shown to be in higher number in lean individuals, one of which is Akkermansia mucinifila. I don't know if anybody talked about it. There are clinical trials there where people are receiving this one strain, because in the general population, you would expect them to be about 2% of your gut bacteria. But in people that are lean, that do not have type 2 diabetes, you can expect to see them about 4.5%. And that makes a huge difference. So that would be my answer to you. I don't think fecal transplantation is the key, and it won't work because you have to change your diet too.
Right. Yeah. Just people are looking for an easier solution.
Always.
Yeah. So, you mentioned how having high fiber and low or no saturated fat is best. Have they ever studied it where people actually had high fiber, but also ate the saturated fat? Does one mitigate the other?
That's a great question. I don't know if they did that. I'll have to think about, because the key is always how much fiber. What is high fiber, right? So we know that according to the guidelines that we receive, we need to be eating about 14 grams of fiber per 1,000 calories that we eat. But most of us are really terrible at estimating how many calories we are eating and even quantifying the amount of fiber we eat. It's very subjective. And the other thing that we need to pay attention is, where is this fiber coming from? Because you probably know a lot of people that eat a very low fiber diet, very high saturated fat diet, and they take Metamucil, or I don't know how you call it, or psyllium fiber, say, okay, I'm getting my fiber, but the effects are different, because psyllium is great to help with volume and frequency of bowel movement, which will have an effect on weight, but it doesn't help us produce more short chain fatty acids. So the frequency and the volume of bowel movement will have an effect on weight. because they show lean people compared to obese people who tend to go more often and produce more poop than obese individuals. But just adding insoluble fiber to the diet, it won't help, because they won't be stimulating the production of short chain fatty acids. They're going to be promoting the release of leptin, or making sure ghrelin is also balanced. You won't be stimulating the production of GLP-1 or PYY. You won't have this gut-brain axis working as nicely as it should when you're eating whole plant foods, when the fiber is coming from the food.
Right, and fiber is only found in plants.
Of course, no animal foods have fiber, unless, so that's what I say. When we talk about the ketogenic diet, they are adding all kinds of things. They want to add inulin as their sweetener, because inulin is a prebiotic. They know they have to somehow stimulate the gut microbiota to have the good guys be the ones that are ruling the show, but it's not the same. They are adding potato starch to the diet, because potato starch is a resistant starch. So they are trying to mimic what we would have naturally by eating whole plant foods, by adding things that have been extracted, just to see if they can have the gut microbiota somehow also work nicely, but it's not the same.
Yeah. And just like animal products have no fiber, either do processed foods, unless they have added them back in.
That's true. Yeah, that's an important point. We always say it's not about being vegan, because if you're vegan, you avoid all the animal foods, but you may still be eating foods that are depleted in fiber. The key here is fiber. If everybody needs to just pay attention in one thing, is the key to weight loss. I know this is not a summit about weight loss, but the key to weight loss and the key to gut health, both, is fiber. And you can only find that in whole plant foods.
Right. And I think that's pretty much all the speakers emphasize the importance. You mentioned, in addition to fiber, we want to eat resistant starch. Is that found primarily in beans, or can we find it in other types of plant foods?
Oh, no, we can find it in other types of plant foods. So resistant starches, there are 4 different types. I believe the first one is what we can get in, I cannot remember specific. I know type 4 is man-made. And I believe type 1 is what we get naturally in raw potatoes and raw green bananas. And then type 2, if I'm not mistaken, is what we would get in cooked potatoes, just different, or chilled pasta. And then type 3, I cannot remember the different. I know there's 4, there's 3 are natural. And I know, yeah, raw potato and green bananas will have one type, that's for sure. And then I know that if you cook certain carbohydrates, potatoes being one, or pasta being another one, and you chill that food, then the resistant starch goes higher. And I know this is one of the things that you do, right? You usually cook your potatoes, you put them in the fridge, and then you heat them up. So you are getting a lot of fiber from those potatoes. A lot of people are afraid of eating potatoes, carbohydrates, I'm going to gain weight. And without knowing, they are very high in resistant starches. In Brazil, we have a lot of African foods, or heritage, so to speak. So we eat more cassava than potatoes. Cassava they're so high in resistant starches as well. And as I mentioned, any pasta that you cook and then you chilled and you reheat, so it can be a cold pasta salad, or it can be pasta that you just chill and then you reheat, they're all great.
Yeah, I do that not because I knew about this resistant starch, just because I do batch cooking, and it was easier to do that than to have to cook potatoes or sweet potatoes every day.
But yeah, but it just goes to show that sometimes we are doing things that work, without knowing why they work. It's just so nice that when people explain to you and say, oh, okay, this is kind of natural to me, but I love that happens. The same thing goes with adding vinegar to certain foods, right? So if you want to, Japanese, they cook their rice and it's white rice, but usually they add vinegar to their cooking rice. And that vinegar also helps blunt the glucose response, because think about it, vinegar is acetic acid, and it could be, and remember that one of the 3 short chain fatty acids was acetate. So that's pretty much what you would be doing. You can have the same effect on your glucose response either by eating the vinegar in your food with a high glycemic index food, or if you have a lot of fiber, gets to your intestines, and then the short chain fatty acids come. So it's top down or bottom up. Either way, the effect is going to be that equivalent.
That's incredible. It's like they knew what they were doing even before they knew why it was so important.
Exactly. So those are the things that you just can't explain, but people have been doing right for a long, long time. Yeah. It's just fascinating when we can actually understand why.
Right. So I don't think anyone on this summit disagrees about the importance of fiber, but one of the reasons we decided to do this summit was because after the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, so many people came to us saying, well, I'd like to eat more plants. I'd like to be vegan or whole food plant-based, but when I eat fiber, I get bloated. It's just so difficult. And yet beans, especially, which all the doctors say are so important, seems to be the food that they have the most trouble with.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, there are a few reasons for that. One is it takes time for your gut microbiota to adjust to your diet. So if you've been following a diet that is low in fiber, and out of the sudden you start adding massive amounts of fiber, you will have some discomfort. There's no way around it. It's just massive amounts of fiber, and you don't have enough gut microbiota to handle that. So you need to pace yourself to give enough time for the good guys to outnumber the bad guys. So it takes time for you to get there. The other thing that is interesting, I read that in an article, and I think it's mostly true, is that you have to look for also the amount of fiber that you eat in a very short period of time. So they say that if you expect someone, so the average fiber intake that you would expect people to have would be about 35, right? 30 to 40 grams. That would be the bare minimum amount of fiber that you expect people to be eating. And if you make sure that in any meal, you keep the amount of fiber that you eat around 20 grams, it would be safer than trying to eat 30 grams in one meal. I know I do it, and I know I have discomfort sometimes because I eat most of my meals or most of my food in a very short window of time every day. Sometimes I have to pay the price, but I don't care because I eat my kale and broccoli and beans, everything within like 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes like 60 grams of fiber, or sometimes it's even more. And so it's important also to space it out. The other thing that people need to pay attention is like, not everybody eats drinks the bare minimum amount of water. Water is very important too. So it's about diluting what you are eating, drinking enough water, spacing your meals so that you don't need a lot of fiber in one meal and then you go to another meal where it's depleted of fiber. Try to balance it out. And then at the beginning, if you want, you can there are some vegan enzymes that can help you digest some of these hard to digest carbohydrates. At the beginning, they help a lot. And then as your gut gets more used to it, then it can handle better. The other thing that you have to pay attention is that different people will tolerate different beans differently. So you have to play around and see which ones are the easiest for you, which is the hardest, lentils may get people more trouble than chickpeas, for instance, or black beans. You just play around. There's so many different types of beans. There's no shortage of beans to try. And at the beginning, you may try to eat, instead of eating whole beans, eat beans in hummus or anything else that can make it easier for you. But you have to try. If you don't try, you're always going to have the trouble. It has to be gradual. And the thing is, it's a vicious cycle because you don't want to try and you keep eating low fiber. And it continues to be bad for your health. Maybe you won't feel anything in your gut, but I believe that's the consensus in everybody that has been talking with you. There's no overall health without gut health. And it's impossible for our gut to be healthy unless we give our good guys the food they need, which are fiber and resistant starches.
I love it. And I know that sometimes having longer periods without food in the stomach is very good for people with GI disorders. A lot of the speakers talked about something called the migrating motor complex, where these cleaning waves occur. And if people are just putting food in their mouth all day, they never have a chance to rest and digest.
So I believe that to be true. Yes. Sometimes I have discomfort, like I said, it's just depending on what you eat, because I eat a few days more than 80 grams of fiber. And if you do that in a very short period of time, you may have some discomfort, but I don't care. I know it's making my gut microbiota happy. So if they're happy, I'm happy.
You know, what you talked about how people that count calories will always end up gaining weight. That's mind-blowing, because that's what so many people believe is the only way to lose weight.
Yes, I was listening to a book. It was a book on finance, of course, it's a given. But it was so funny that the guy says that there are simple rules about money, the same way there are simple rules about weight. Weight is all about calories in and calories out. If you eat less food and you exercise more, you will lose weight. And I say, should I continue to listen to this book? And I say, I will, because he probably understands about finance. He just doesn't understand that when it comes to weight, it's not as simple as that. We're not even talking about genetics, all the environmental effects, so epigenetic regulation. We're not talking about food cues, psychology, all of these other things that come into play that go even beyond. If you think about psychology, there's also a link between mental health and gut health. I don't know if anybody talked about this, but everything is linked and it's not that simplistic. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a weight problem, because that's what people have been doing over and over again, eating less, exercising more, and it works for a very short period of time, usually 3 to 6 months. After that, everything comes back, because it's biology. It's what the body wants, to go back to where the body believes it's good for us to be.
Yeah, and then they go back and repeat the cycle.
Exactly. Just a different diet with a different name, but this time it's going to work.
Right. And you said something like 2/3 of the people gain it back and then some. I've actually heard the number might be even higher.
Yes. Well, this came from a review I read recently, and based on the articles that they were reviewing, they said is about 2/3 of the people. Yes. But depending, it may be almost 90% of people. Yes. But from this latest review that I remember reading, it was steady. 2/3 of people gain everything plus some, which is very important. It's not just gain everything plus 2-3 pounds to boot.
Well, the way you explained it with all those the chemicals that are secreted, that makes total sense. And this is something I'm going to have to listen to again and again to understand. But it was amazing.
Yes, because it's very hard for us to understand. Why is it that you are counting calories, you lose weight at the beginning, you feel awesome and you exercise, but it gets to a point where you hit a plateau. And you believe, you just cannot understand why you hit a plateau. You hit a plateau because as you lose weight counting calories, your appetite is stimulated because you're not eating enough fiber and you're eating a lot of a lot of fat usually, right? But if you don't have enough fiber, you're not producing the short chain fatty acids or any of the other peptides, GLP-1, PYY, they're going to be decreasing hunger. So you're always going to be hungry and tired all the time because your cells are not receiving what they want, which is also a micronutrient rich diet. If it's a diet that is depleted from fiber, you're not getting other micronutrients as part of it. So you are getting energy, but your cells are not able to produce energy because they're not receiving what they need to produce energy. And that's why you are tired also all the time. You don't produce ATP. You get energy, but your cells cannot produce energy with the type of food you are giving your cells.
It's such a win-win situation that what happens to be good for weight loss and weight maintenance is also good to have the most favorable microbiome.
Exactly. And if you have gut health, you have your overall health. It's not just about weight, it's everything works perfectly because of what we have here. We have to pay attention. And that's why I'm so excited to participate here. And I know people will love to hear everything that you have to say here and what the other experts have to say, because this is crucial. Everybody likes to talk about gut microbiota, but very few people understand how important this is.
Okay. So Dr. Elvira, what is the truth about GI health?
Well, the truth about GI health is what I mentioned before, is eating a diet that is very high in fiber, very low in saturated fat, because this is the diet our guts love. And if our guts are healthy, our whole body is also happy and healthy.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Dr. Elvira.
Oh, my pleasure. Mwah. Bye.
Wow, as smart as she is, beautiful. And the quote of the day might just be, if you have gut health, you have overall health. And it is so true. Thank you for the amazing comments that you're sharing on the Summit page. We love when you write to us and write them. I want to read one from Jody that says, 2 amazingly informative sessions already today. Beyond grateful for the knowledge and wisdom being shared here. I'm a little overwhelmed by the science of it all, and it makes me wish I had this level of intellect. Thank you, Chef AJ, for bringing this information to us all in a way we can learn how to take better care of our bodies. And thank you. And that it's not just me, just so you know, there's a whole team at Better Life Summits, Toby and Rosanna. I couldn't do the summit without them. I have the easy job. I get to talk to all the doctors. And I know what you mean, Jody, because I really felt interviewing these doctors was above my pay grade. But you know, Tony Robbins always said that repetition is the mother of skill. And I find that when I listen to these over and over, when I'm walking my dog or on the spin bike, I really do begin to understand it, which is why you may choose to own the Summit Package for Life, so you can listen over and over, or just look things up in the written transcripts, which you'll get as well. Lots of takeaways from today's mind-blowing session with Dr. Elvira. And framing it as GI health as a function of weight loss, who even knew? She knows so much about this, the work she teaches at the UC Davis School of Integrative Medicine. But so many people think if they go on a diet, weighing and measuring their food, counting calories, carbs, or points, they'll lose weight. Well, they will, but they'll gain it back, which is why something like only 3% of the people that ever lose weight keep it off. Because she says that losing weight is not just calories in and calories out. And the work of Barbara Rolls has showed that we eat about 3 to 5 pounds of food per day, most people on average. But because plants have lower caloric density, that enables us to eat and feel satiated at every meal. We can actually eat more and weigh less. And that's the topic of our whole next summit. And by the way, Dr. Rolls just is confirmed as a speaker. But the thing is there's something almost magical in whole plants that you will not find in any animal product or processed food, which is what most Americans eat for primary calories. there's something in them that is related to gut health. She talked about how the hypothalamus is responsible for food intake and energy expenditure, and that adiposity signals how much fat we already have stored. And these hormones send signals to our brain telling us to eat more or less. And these regulators like leptin and ghrelin, and this is to me is one of the most fascinating things about her talk, and I want to definitely learn more about that. Apparently ghrelin increases the appetite, leptin decreases the appetite. And so when you're satiated, ghrelin goes down and leptin goes up, or vice versa. You're right. This talk, Jody, has to be listened to more than once to really be gleaned. She talked about the brain. I keep saying brain gut axis, communication from the gut to the brain, as many of the speakers have touched on and more will talk about. It goes both ways. It's bidirectional. It's like a bidirectional superhighway, in fact, and that it needs to be working properly if we're going to keep the weight off. And it's not just calories. Fiber makes the difference. Fiber has no calories, by the way, and it's essential for gut health. So if you're eating animal products, 0 fiber. If you're eating processed foods, 0 fiber. Because we can't digest the microbes. We can't digest the fiber. The gut microbes, they're the ones that digest the fiber and the resistant starches. They have over 60,000 different enzymes to digest fiber and produce these short chain fatty acids. 6 months ago, I never even heard the word short chain fatty acid. And you're going to hear that from a lot of the speakers. And she talked about acetate I can't even pronounce half these words, so I know how you guys feel. Butyrate, propionate, acetate, enterocytes. These cells in our intestinal lining produce peptides, send signals to the brain, signaling we've had enough to eat. She talked about things like GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide, PYY, peptide. This is like college chemistry class again. But what's significant here is the GLP, she said, slows the emptying of the stomach. And well, a lot of people are complaining of bloating, but when the stomach is distended, that's when we actually feel full. We have these stretch receptors. And she said it has an effect on thermogenesis because the PYY sends a signal that increases satiety. And satiety is really important if you want to lose weight and not feel hungry, or if you just don't want to feel hungry. She talked about CCK, cholecystokine, these words are so hard, aren't they? I'm sorry, guys. This was a really, really technical one. Another peptide that brings down hunger and appetite, and the satiety centers in the brain. Insulin and leptin, 2 hormones with long-term effects, work on different neuron clusters. She is a smart lady. And certain neurons bring appetite down. Ghrelin increases appetite. So when we eat things like beans that are high in both fiber and resistant starch, like Dr. Furman talked about, we have that second meal effect. And the short chain fatty acids have the effect that short chain fatty acids have on glucose metabolism and control. So food is absorbed more slowly than, the short chain fatty acids will have a prolonged effect. Okay, and it'll have an effect on cravings too. She talked about inulin being a prebiotic, and they've done functional MRI studies with food photos, food high, low in calories, and they didn't light up as much, and they ate less food. That was interesting. Dr. Tillich did a lot of studies with fMRI as well, using some of her modalities in gut health. 39 trillion microbes. We're more microbial than we are human, apparently. That's mind-blowing. Lactobacilli, bifidobacteria, Prevotella, these are the good guys. Somebody actually asked on the Facebook page, well, how does stevia, why is it bad for the microbiome? Because it's bad for the good, it kills the good gut bacteria, that's why. And it's not a natural product unless you're eating that little green leaf in nature. It is a highly processed chemical, stevia, that is generally using alcohol to create those white powders or those highly sweet liquids. She talked about the tight junctions, like Dr. Clapper, the spaces between the cells that allow molecules to pass through. And, saturated fat has an effect on the insulin receptor, and that can cause insulin resistance, which can create a low-grade inflammation, leads to insulin resistance. Our fat, this is fascinating. Our fat tissues produce leptin and should say stop eating, but our brain, it can't, because we've become leptin resistant. That's why Dr. Furman mentioned, overweight, you're in a chronic state of inflammation. So she said your brain will stimulate you to eat more in that case. So most people reduce what they're eating. That's not the solution. You want to change what you're eating, because 2/3 of the people who lose weight through calorie counting gain it back. She says possibly even more. The secret is fiber, because it makes you feel full for longer, and it produces the short chain fatty acids, which keep ghrelin and leptin where they should be. She said, if you count calories, you will always be hungry. And she talked about there are more firmicutes in kids that tend to be obese, and also bacteroides and prevotella. I know that in Africa, Dr. Hanna Kalyova is going to talk about that study with the different microbiomes of people in Africa and the United States. Dr. Oliveira said that gut health is essential for weight loss and for the maintenance of that weight loss. A whole food, plant-based, low-fat diet is what you need. You need to eat high fiber to lose weight and maintain that weight loss, even if you had the FMT, she said. Probiotics in clinical trials. She talked about, FMT is not the key. So in other words, we don't want to get a fecal transplant to get skinny, because even if it works, we're going to have to maintain the diet, because people that did that, they did gain the weight back if they didn't follow the diet. She says you need 14 grams of fiber per every 1,000 calories. And most Americans don't get enough. I think only 3%, we said earlier in the summit week. Frequency and volume of bowel movements have an effect on weight loss. So just adding insoluble fiber won't help. Remember, Kirsten Tillich, Dr. Tillich, can't add fiber to McDonald's diet. And so people that are on the ketogenic diet or the carnivore diet, they don't eat any carbs, so they don't poop. So they add inulin or potato starch, which is getting them to poop, but it's not doing anything for their microbiome, because they're not getting the fiber and the short chain fatty acids from the plants. She said the key to weight loss is gut health, and that's fiber, which is only found in plants. We need resistant starch like beans. And she said it's more favorable, and I've heard this from Dr. Greger as well, if you're going to eat pasta and potatoes, to chill them first. Also, from a culinary standpoint, it works very well. And she mentioned how Japanese add rice to vinegar to blunt the glucose response. She said it takes time for the gut microbiota to adjust to the fiber. Dr. Furman mentioned that again. All the doctors will recommend going low and slow. And it takes time for the good guys to outnumber the bad guys in of the good gut bacteria. She says vegan enzymes can help you digest things, and the people who count calories will always end up gaining weight. Without enough fiber, you'll be tired and hungry all the time, because you're not producing short chain fatty acids, GLP, PYY1, and the micronutrients. You're getting energy, but your cells are not able to produce energy. And I love how she exclaimed, not claimed, because it's true, that if you have gut health, you have overall health. Now up is Dr. Jessica Krant, who will share the surprising link between our gut and our skin. Welcome, Dr. Krant. Hi, Dr. Krant, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, Chef AJ. I'm, as you know, so excited and honored to be here. It's really a thrill.
Well, thank you. I know that you're a board certified dermatologist, but I'm wondering, what the heck does the skin have to do with the gut?
Well, I have an answer for that, but I just so happen to have a long answer that I would love to share with you and with everybody. So I put it together in a few slides. Do you mind if I share them?
I would love to see that.
All right, let's do it. And, this is it's just a little bit of an overview, because as I was digging into this topic, I have to say it is so rich and dense. And it's basically, in my opinion, it sort of like represents all of our health overall. So this is just a little overview that I thought people would get a kick out of.
Oh, great.
Okay. How's that looking?
Perfect.
All right. So I think you asked me something like, what the heck is a dermatologist doing at a GI Health Summit? And I'm here to answer that. Let me just fix. So what I want to talk to everybody about is that, surprise, surprise, the gut in a way is the same as the skin. It's not just related in terms of health, but they're in a way the same in humans and in animals. And I just think that's so fascinating. I wanted to share it with everybody. We're going to talk also about how gut health and skin health are directly related, and how gut health and skin aging are related, which is the fun part of the topic that everyone always likes to look forward to. But first, who am I? Who is Dr. Krant? I think I'm a little bit new to some of your audience, even though we've done a few talks together. So I just wanted to introduce myself as a board certified dermatologist. I practice in New York City, and I went to Harvard and Columbia for school. I'm an assistant clinical professor in dermatology at SUNY Downstate. And then I have some other credentials and experiences that I've gathered over the years. And then you see this gap on the slide. And then down at the bottom, I just wanted to, highlight the fact that, like many doctors trained in traditional Western medicine with traditional Western medical education, I did not learn a lot about nutrition and the gut and gut health in medical school in terms of how food affects our health. So more recently, I really became interested in lifestyle medicine and nutrition, and got certified by the American Board of Lifestyle Medicine in lifestyle medicine. And I've been really honored to be serving on the medical advisory board of Plant Powered Metro New York the past year or two.
That's fantastic.
So, donuts.
Yum.
I mean, I think it's a little, a little risque to have a picture of a big donut right on the middle of the screen in a GI Health Summit. And I'm sure that you all know that I'm going to talk about how donuts are not really healthy for us. And donuts, we like to bite them, but really they bite us back much harder. So we try not to eat them. But the reason that I have the picture of the donut here is not only that there are certain things about eating donuts that are bad for our skin, but also that the reason that our skin and our gut are related relates to donuts. And the way that it relates to donuts is that it relates to the donut shape, which in geometry is called a torus, Torus. And I just think this is fascinating because embryologically, we develop in a certain pattern. And part of our embryologic development as when we're in the womb is that we turn into the shape of a torus, which is the shape of a donut. And I wanted to show everybody what this looks like. This is a mouse model, but you can see that, I don't know if people remember the term blastula, which is the ball of cells that we form as we're developing just from a fertilized egg. And then a little indentation forms. And this indentation goes all the way through the ball. And we really turn into technically this torus donut shape. And what's happening is that dimple that goes through the center that becomes a hole all the way through turns into our GI tract. But what's happening is that the outside of the ball is still there. And the outside of the ball is actually what turns into our skin. So embryologically, our gut and our skin are actually the same layer. It's the same layer that is exposed to the outside world. And here in this image, you can see the white line that's starting to appear toward the end. That's actually going to be the spinal tract and the spinal column. So we can see that the skin, the spinal column and nervous system, and the gut are all related embryologically. And that's important in what I'm going to talk about in a little bit. This was just, always fascinating to me. And we've learned a lot more about how these all relate to each other more recently in nutrition science. So not only are the skin and the gut physically the same in embryologic development before they differentiate, the skin, our skin and our gut and our GI tract are functionally the same as well. We all know that our skin lets good in nutritionally and in terms of moisturizers and topical anti-aging creams. It keeps the bad out. We try to keep out irritants and allergens and pollution. And our gut does the same. We let in healthy nutrients that we want, and our gut's whole business is keeping the bad stuff out of our bodies by keeping it in our GI tracts and getting it out of our bodies. So in that way, the skin and the gut are the same functionally. Also, the skin and the gut contain the body's main immune systems. The GI tract and the skin are where our main immune systems are housed, because these are the two layers of our bodies that actually have contact with the outside world. And I know that your audience is familiar with the gut-brain axis, how we eat certain foods, and it controls our microbiome, which controls our neurotransmitter development, and that most of the serotonin in our bodies is actually created in our guts, which affects our mood. And, that's a whole other topic. There's also a gut-skin axis, and what we eat directly affects our skin. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more. And these all work together in the gut-brain-skin axis. And it's just amazing how these three systems that we would traditionally think of as completely separate, doing completely separate jobs, they really overlap. They have a neuroendocrine relationship, meaning the nervous system and our endocrine hormone system both signal these three areas of our body all together, and they all affect each other. And this is just one example of this, is that when we feel stressed, we know that it can affect our hunger and our digestion. We may not digest food as well if we're very stressed. We may have increased hunger. Sometimes in high stress, we may have decreased hunger. But also when we feel stressed, our skin may break out in acne, or we may get more itchy. And these are real things. And this is how the gut-brain-skin axis all works together. So just to back out a little bit, I am certified in lifestyle medicine, and I'm just endlessly fascinated that not only does nutrition affect our health, but I just wanted to remind everybody that all of these things have interplay. It's not just enough to eat well. We also do need to exercise. We need to get good sleep. We need to manage our stress, because as I just mentioned, all of these systems work together and work synergistically to support our health. So let's just keep that in mind as we, talk more about GI health. Lifestyle also impacts not only our gut, our brain, our bones, our heart, our blood sugar and insulin management system, but also our skin. And, in the very old days, originally scientists thought that skin was just this kind of dead envelope that was wrapped around the outside of us just to keep everything in. And now we know that it's highly vital and extremely important, not only for our health and maintaining our health, but also as a sign of our internal health. And we know that lifestyle impacts our health overall. And one of my favorite topics in health is epigenetics. And that's how what we eat, how we exercise, how we sleep, how we manage our stress can completely change our genes and whether they're turned on or turned off and how they're functioning. So the same genetic person can appear super healthy and also look very young, or may cause himself aging and obesity and overweight, heart disease, just by lifestyle choices alone. And we know that obesity is related to gut health, in both directions, but it's also directly related to skin health. So I want to first talk about weight and skin health and how certain ways that we know that weight is related to skin health. And then I'm also going to talk about other aspects of GI health and how they're related to skin health. I don't know, Chef AJ, if you know that psoriasis has been determined to be directly affected by somebody being overweight, that obesity is a direct risk factor for psoriasis. And if somebody loses weight, sometimes it actually allows the psoriasis to go away. The reason for this is that obesity is really an inflammatory syndrome. Sometimes when we have a lot of inflammation, it tends to create obesity in our bodies because of how we process food and energy. But inflammation, being obese also creates inflammation, which creates a whole host of other problems, including psoriasis. Another disease that is a devastating, horrible disease called hidradenitis suppurativa, which can be inflammatory cysts and painful tracts in the skin, in the armpits and in the groin area that can even be scarring. We now know that obesity is a direct risk factor for this condition as well. So with both psoriasis and hidradenitis, people become socially isolated, really unhappy, and they may turn to food to help them manage their sadness and their social isolation, but it ends up making them worse because it's a vicious cycle. So it's something that's important that I talk about with my patients. Another way that obesity relates directly to skin health is in the condition called polycystic ovarian syndrome. I don't know if you've heard of this condition. It's really super common hormonal imbalance condition that affects so many women. And what it is that I know that some of your other speakers will be talking about insulin resistance and the number of different ways this affects our health. But one of them is polycystic ovarian syndrome. And it means that our cells don't function in a healthy way. Insulin builds up because it can't get into cells, into our muscle cells and our liver cells. And that high insulin circulating creates high growth factors in our bodies, which triggers acanthosis nigricans, which is a condition of thickened skin that can actually start to look a little bit dark. It almost looks like velvet. So people with velvety looking skin on their necks and under their armpits, we call it acanthosis nigricans, and it's a direct result of insulin resistance and high growth factors created by polycystic ovarian syndrome. Another direct factor that is created by the same condition is skin tags. Believe it or not, sometimes skin tags, especially if they start to crop up all of a sudden in a relatively young person, it can be a sign of insulin resistance. And sometimes that means somebody is also carrying some extra weight. Polycystic ovarian syndrome also creates hormonal imbalances that trigger unwanted hair and very difficult stubborn acne. And these are all directly related to being overweight in some people. Some people have other causes for insulin resistance and polycystic ovarian syndrome. They may have these factors and not necessarily be overweight. But when you are overweight, you create the environment to trigger all of these conditions. And this is just a few of the more common skin conditions that are affected by weight. Let's turn now to gut health and the microbiome. The gut microbiome, I know, is going to be a major topic in your summit. But the skin also has a microbiome. And that's another way that the gut and the skin are basically, I wink and I say the same thing. They're the same layer of our body, basically doing different things. But the skin has a microbiome, just like the gut has a microbiome. And we know that leaky gut caused by eating inflammatory foods reduces the lining, the mucin lining of our gut, and reduces the short chain fatty acids. Animal products create inflammation that makes this a vicious cycle and creates dysbiosis with unhealthy, bad inflammatory bacteria cropping up. And this affects the gut motility, and because there's less fiber and less healthy bacteria. And that again triggers problems in the gut-brain-skin axis. So with dysbiosis, with SIBO, with inflammatory bowel syndrome, with inflammatory bowel disease, it's all related to gut dysbiosis. And gut dysbiosis in all of these different ways has direct impacts on our skin as well. And I list here just a few. You can see that we now know that SIBO, the small intestine bowel bacterial overgrowth, the SIBO in the small intestine, directly triggers rosacea. So some of my patients who have rosacea and inflammatory breakouts on their skin and a lot of flushing and redness, when I ask them about their GI health, I've actually been shocked lately to find out how common it is that they will say, oh yeah, I'm in the middle of going to my GI doctor for treatment of SIBO or other inflammatory gut conditions at the same time. It's really been amazing. Eczema is also related to GI inflammation, creating whole body inflammation and triggering skin inflammation and itching. And Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel disease, is actually directly related to skin health as well, because when we have the conditions that are creating the autoimmune attack on the GI tract, that is Crohn's disease, it actually turns out that it creates an autoimmune attack on the skin in terms of creating scarring tracts and painful fistulas that actually open on the skin. So sometimes I see patients with these skin conditions, and it turns out that we eventually diagnose them with Crohn's disease that they didn't even know they had. Finally, just on this, a little bit on this topic, celiac disease and forms of gluten sensitivity, which are another type of autoimmune attack on the gut, actually show up on the skin as well. People get gluten sensitivity rashes, and there's a specific inflammatory rash that goes along with celiac disease called dermatitis herpetiformis, which is a blistery, itchy, bumpy rash that often forms on the elbows and knees. So it's just amazing. There's a long list that goes on and on about all the skin conditions that I can diagnose as a dermatologist that turn out to have really a direct relationship to the gut and what's going on inside our gut. So we've talked about the gut-brain-skin axis. We've talked about how lifestyle health choices really affect our skin as well as all of our other organs, including our gut. And now I'd like to turn to a little bit more fun topic, which is an anti-aging diet. And how do we manage our GI health to optimize our skin aging and reduce our skin aging? I just have a little picture here of the twin study, because twin studies are often how we learn all of this information and apply it through research, because we're able to set up different twins, to eat different ways or exercise different ways. And they've also done twin studies on aging. And what we found out is that in addition to lifestyle management, sleeping well, and all of the other factors that help manage aging, there really is an anti-aging diet. The anti-aging diet consists of 3 general categories. The first one is that an anti-aging diet fights oxidation, because we know that oxidative damage and reactive oxygen species kill our cells and create and trigger inflammation. So an anti-aging diet does fight oxidation. It includes whole foods. It includes especially antioxidant foods, the bright green fruits and vegetables, and whole grains. It includes vitamin C and vitamin E, beta carotene, selenium, lycopene. For example, they've actually fed people tomato paste every day and found that they actually have a little bit less reaction to the sun. They get a little bit less red with a given amount of sun exposure. And redness with the sun exposure, is oxidation in our cells. So they've been able to prove that even foods that we eat, blueberries, other bright berries, are able to directly fight oxidation. But the highest group of foods that we take in that are antioxidants are actually the spices and herbs. So it's important to make sure that we don't neglect them and just eat our fruits and vegetables without also adding spices and herbs. And the fun stuff, green tea and dark chocolate, are actually antioxidants. So those are fun to include. Anti-aging diet also includes foods that fight glycation. And glycation occurs when we eat sugar, we eat white flour, we eat processed foods, and we raise our blood sugar. And that excess sugar actually is directly damaging to our cells. So that's why low glycemic index diet is actually more anti-aging. Believe it or not, there's also a surprise source of advanced glycation end products, which conveniently has the acronym AGES. The surprise source of them in our diet is from meats and animal fats, especially cooked on very high heat. And even vegetables and even fruits, if we were to char them and they get that crispy crust, the char, and especially when it's animal fats, that has been shown to not only be carcinogenic, but also to create advanced glycation end products in our bodies, which directly triggers aging. Another reason not to eat those things. Finally, an anti-aging diet directly fights inflammation, which you've heard me call inflammaging before. And including foods like research proven turmeric, cloves, ginger, and garlic, black and green tea and onions, and especially fiber, along with vitamin D, omega-3 fatty acids, magnesium, and all of the other minerals, are direct anti-inflammatory agents when we take them in our diet. So when we have a diet that's anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and blocks and fights glycation, we are eating the best anti-aging diet possible. So this slide is just to show that there are a lot of genetic factors in our aging and in our health. And some of them we're just born with. They're genetic. We cannot control them. But one thing we can absolutely control and have learned so much about in the past many years, and especially with you, Chef AJ, is our diet. So that's what we should really focus on, is taking in what's good to us so that we can be at our best. And as the famous Dr. Michael Clapper recently said, your skin is never not looking. So we cannot fool our skin by sneaking in that donut. It will always know what we're eating. What we're eating is either helping us or hurting us. There's just no in between. The big takeaway here is every food choice that we make, it impacts us, whether positively or negatively. It impacts our health and it impacts our skin aging. So that really motivates me, and I hope it motivates you too, Chef AJ, and everybody else.
Wow.
I know that was a lot I threw at you.
But who even knew? I guess what you eat really does matter to all your organs and systems, but I had no idea that the skin had its own microbiome.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating. And like I said, there's so much more to talk about even on each of those topics that will be fun to explore in the future. But I just had a lot of fun putting this together.
Great. If you want to stop sharing, we can talk about a couple of the things you said that were absolutely fascinating.
All right. Let me do that. All right.
I think the fact that, doctors are very specialized today. And, I think that some dermatologists might not have made a connection like you did with the different dermatological diseases you found in your patients, that they also had GI disease. To me, that's really like being a great diagnostician, to know that, what to look for.
Right. Well, I feel it's very rewarding for me to feel like I'm really helping them, my patients, in a holistic way. And the more I learn, the better I am at it, and the more I understand to look for and ask about. So it's really been a joy to be able to learn about all this stuff and start to incorporate it into my practice.
I always wondered how when people have like an allergic reaction to a food, it often manifests in the skin, like hives, for example, itching. That's like something that you're taking into your stomach can have a reaction dermatologically.
Right. And, I didn't even go into food allergies, but it's true. obviously food allergies show up in different ways. They show up in different types of rashes. And sometimes based on what type of rash it is, we're able to start to figure out what the trigger is. And believe it or not, I don't know if you are familiar with contact dermatitis, but people have allergic contact dermatitis to things that touch their skin. Like, for example, nickel in belt buckles and jewelry. There are people who come to us with rashes all over their whole bodies. And when we investigate further, we find out that they actually are allergic to nickel in a contact allergy dermatitis, but they're eating a diet that may be high in nickel. And when they switch to what we call a low nickel diet, their rash actually goes away. So there's so much overlap between the GI health and the skin. It's amazing. One thing I think is fascinating, a colleague of mine, Dr. Peter Leo, he has done a lot of research in children with severe eczema and food allergies because parents are always worried about their children and babies and, their kids getting food allergies. And we always thought that if you introduce foods too early or too late, kids may become allergic and get these terrible eczema rashes. But Dr. Leo recently did research that revealed that sometimes these children are actually becoming sensitized to the foods through their skin, through their eczema. If they have a damaged skin barrier and they touch some of this food or touch a related food, they can actually create a sensitization. And when they eat that food for the first time, they may actually have an allergic reaction. So in some cases, the eczema comes first and creates the food allergy. I just thought that was amazing.
It is very interesting. Many of the experts on the summit talked about the effects of ultra processed food, how damaging they are to the gut, but they're also damaging to the skin.
Right. I mean, there's no escaping it. What we put in our bodies, we really are what we eat. And to the point where it will show on the outside, and we cannot outrun a bad diet. There's just no getting away with it.
One of the things I learned from Dr. Janice Laster, a GI doctor on this summit, was that parts of food like emulsifiers, which are in things like certain plant milks, they are really damaging to the gut. Do you know if they have any effect on the skin as well?
Well, I do know that any food or food additive that upsets the gut microbiome and creates inflammation, leaky gut, which allows inflammatory processes to get out of the gut and into the body, affects the skin. So I'm sure we know relatively little compared to all of the knowledge that would be possible to know about how the gut relates to skin health. But I feel that over the next few years, we're going to learn so much more.
Yeah. Well, we learned a lot on this summit about the gut-brain axis, how the stomach and the brain talk to each other. I wonder if the stomach's also talking to the skin.
Oh, absolutely. The gut-skin axis is, exactly what we've been talking about, how when we eat certain foods, it can trigger acne, it can trigger eczema, it can trigger allergic reactions. They're hormonally and I don't want to say electrically, but neurologically related. The gut has its own nervous system that's completely separate from our brain and the nerves we normally think about, called the enteric nervous system. And we now know that our bodies speak to themselves through these electrical signals and through hormonal signals. Neurotransmitters are like electrical chemical signaling, and the gut and the brain and the skin all talk to each other.
Yeah, that's so interesting about the celiacs, that it has its own rash.
Right. Dermatitis herpetiformis. So when I see that, I've actually diagnosed it and ended up having somebody get diagnosed with celiac disease because they had the rash first. They came to a dermatologist. That's one of the privileges of being a dermatologist, is that a lot of times people aren't really aware, don't really know that there's something wrong inside, and they don't know what kind of doctor they should be going to, but they can see something wrong on the outside. So they come to the dermatologist for something that shows or something that itches. And it's not that uncommon that we are able to help them figure out from the inside out what's going on.
Yeah, it's funny because I have hypothyroidism, and it was actually diagnosed by a dermatologist.
Well, there you go. I'm not making it up.
Yeah, no, really. I mean, I did not know. And I had gotten this soft layer of hair on my skin. It's called lanugo. And I went to the dermatologist and what the heck's happened? I look like a golden retriever. And she tested me. And so, yeah, it's amazing.
Right. And, I didn't even bring up nail health or hair health, but those, of course, are related to our diet and our GI health as well. And, of course, our stress levels and our sleep quality and everything.
Well, let's get a little personal here, because a lot of people I talk to, especially when they have IBS, they have like chronic diarrhea, and the skin, around where they go to the bathroom can get very chafed and sensitive. Any advice on how to help these people while they're healing their gut?
Well, all I can say is the best thing to do is to have a barrier between any liquid, especially irritating liquid, and your skin, and to be very gentle in terms of friction in the area. So it's really hard to manage that. And but zinc oxide paste, there's a paste called triple paste, contains some zinc oxide and other. It's like a diaper paste for babies, but it's really soothing and gentle and effective. And there's an old-fashioned, really gentle glycerin lotion called Balneol, which is, I don't even know how many decades old, from the 40s or 50s, that is meant to be put on a soft tissue to help people clean the area after using the bathroom if just a dry toilet tissue is too irritating and they're trying to avoid chemicals that they're allergic to. So those are some options.
That's great. Well, this has just been so fascinating. I'm so glad that I got a chance to hear about this. Just one last question, Dr. Krant. What is the truth about GI health?
For me, the truth about GI health is that GI health is skin health, and that they're intertwined in both directions. And there's just so much more to learn about it. But for me, it's that our gut and our skin are one and the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who knew that the skin had its own microbiome? I didn't. I learned so much from these wonderful doctors. Dr. Krant is an amazing doctor, and she's actually going to be doing a live interaction with us on Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So if you have questions that weren't answered during this presentation, or you want to ask for questions, please be sure to join us live on my Chef AJ YouTube page. We also have a live speaker from the summit, Dr. Doug Drossman, the day before, Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. So hopefully you'll enjoy those as well. Please realize that when the speaker uses slides, and only a handful have, you obviously can't see them during the audio portion, but immediately after the day's audio portion of the summit ends, you'll have about 20 hours to rewatch the presentation, so you'll be able to see all the slides, because our next presenter, Dr. Goldhammer, is also using slides, I believe. So just enjoy it via audio for 4 hours, and then you have 20 hours to watch the video. So Dr. Krant's presentation was short, so I don't have too many notes, but the GI tract, the skin, is where our main immune systems are housed, because these are areas that we have contact with the outside world. And we've learned a little bit about the gut-brain axis for some of the speakers, but she said there's also a gut-skin axis and a gut-brain-skin axis. And so they're all interrelated. She said there's a neuroendocrine relationship. All of these systems overlap. And, it makes sense because, I know that when I'm stressed, I get a tummy ache. I can get bloated just from stress. And a lot of people, when they're stressed, they also can break out. So it makes sense that these things are related. We're not just one organ or one system. We don't just treat our liver.
we treat the whole person, and we recommend a whole food plant-based diet, minimal or no processed food, and minimal or no animal products. What's good for your microbiome is good for your overall health. She mentioned how obesity is also related to gut health and it's related to skin health. So we learned from Dr. Olivier in the previous presentation about obesity and gut health, but she said it's also related to skin health. And I did not know that psoriasis was often a result of obesity, but it makes sense when Dr. Furman said obesity is a chronic state of inflammation. So it's possible to get some other of these inflammatory diseases. But the skin has a microbiome just like the gut has a microbiome, and apparently just like the soil has a microbiome. A few years ago, I don't think I even heard that word. Have you guys? She explained how animal products create dysbiosis and therefore an unhealthy bacteria in our gut. And she said it can trigger problems in the gut-brain skin axis, and that gut dysbiosis has an effect on our skin. And she mentioned that often her patients that have rosacea, it turns out they actually have SIBO, and that eczema is also related to GI inflammation, and that her patients with Crohn's disease or inflammatory bowel disease often have skin conditions. Even people with celiacs often have a very specific rash. So very fascinating stuff. But she said an anti-aging diet like the one we've been recommending can fight oxidation and can help all of these conditions. I love her word inflammaging, fantastic. I love it. I'm going to use it from now on. And one of the things I learned about that I didn't know is that nickel in foods, I actually have a nickel allergy. I can't wear anything but sterling silver. I can't even wear 24 karat gold because it's often cut with nickel. So now I'm going to print out a list of foods with nickel to see if there's things that I'm eating maybe that could be affecting me. Very interesting. I've learned, it's funny because I learned at least 3 things from each of these speakers, and I hope you're getting some great takeaways, and I hope that you've started to implement some of the suggestions that the speakers have said. And, one of the ones I think that everybody could probably start doing, unless, of course, you're a shift worker, is let's just stop all that night eating. That's going to be so good for our health and for our gut, because our next speaker really believes in intermittent fasting, and he's going to give a wonderful presentation. And see if you can find out where I almost lost it, where I couldn't stop laughing. You might not be able to notice if you're just listening, but he really cracks me up, and he's such a brilliant man and such a wonderful speaker. Please welcome our last speaker of the day, of day 4 of the GI Health Summit. Hi, Dr. Goldhamer, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Dr. Goldhamer, so many people these days seem to be suffering from so many GI conditions. Why do you think that is? And more importantly, what can we do about it?
Well, before I answer that question, AJ, what we really should do is first look at the fundamental issue of why we eat.
Great.
The first question I think we need to ask is, why do we eat? Why do we even bother? It's just so much trouble, all that chewing and digestion, swallowing, chopping, shopping. Why don't we just say enough's enough and stop it? The problem is we actually need to eat. There are things about eating that are critical to our survival. We need to get calories. We need a source of fuel. If fuel was the only issue, we could just say, well, why don't we just figure out what's the easiest way to get calories in? That would be drink oil. Why don't we just get a cup of oil, get the 2,000 calories we need, and say enough's enough? The problem is, of course, there's more than just calories that we need from our diet. We also need water, since we're mostly water. We also need a source of protein for its essential amino acids. We need fat for essential fatty acids. We need vitamins. We need minerals. We need fiber. And we need phytochemicals. So whatever diet we put together, it needs to have an appropriate level of these various nutrients. Now, some people say, well, why don't we just drink some oil and a little bit of water, take a protein supplement, a vitamin pill, a little bit of tree bark, and call it a day? It turns out we don't only need to get enough of these substances, but we also need to avoid getting too much. And that's particularly true with things that we are best avoiding. For example, animal foods, meat, fish, fowl, eggs, and dairy products. Although they're very rich sources of macronutrients in terms of fat and protein, they also have some untoward effects, particularly when consumed in significant quantity. There's all kinds of challenges with animal products, and that's why in the diet that we recommend, animal products are avoided. There's also highly processed foods, essentially chemicals that are added to food that fool the satiety mechanisms in the brain and lead to systematic overeating. And that's essentially why people are fat, sick, and miserable, is because they add these chemicals to their feed, they overconsume their feed, they develop obesity, metabolic syndrome, and all the downstream consequences of it. You'll notice on my list here that dairy products get to be on both lists because they're both an animal food and a highly processed fractionated food that is kind of special. Problems with animal products include bacteria. I mean, if you don't cook your animal foods enough, you can die. Bacteria, major issue. There are viruses, including things like bovine leukemia virus, which cause cancer in cows. Now, they tell you, oh, don't worry, you're not a cow. And that's exactly what they said about prions, the active component in contributing to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease or mad cow disease. They said, don't worry about prions, but now, of course, we know that they are a big concern. Heavy metals, growth stimulants, and hormones, antibiotics, all fed to animal products, biologically concentrated in their tissues. And of course, when you eat higher up the food chain by consuming these substances, you get their lifetime accumulation of poisons in each mouthful. Pesticides and this whole idea of biological concentration. You know, if you just break it down calorie per calorie, animal products could have 2 to 1,000 times the concentration of various chemicals as a consequence of biological concentration. So we recommend avoiding animal products. And when you avoid animal products, you also avoid a lot of the consequences that occur from consuming them. But the reality is that 93% of the calories that are consumed by people in industrialized countries today are either animal products or highly processed fractionated foods, salt, oil, sugar, flour-based products. So only 7% of foods now come from fruits and vegetables. And actually, of the fruits and vegetables, I think a third of that is potatoes, and most of that served as French fries and potato chips. So the reality is that the foods that you and I might think of as whole foods are actually such a small part of the diet, they're not even a statistically significant percentage of the calories consumed by many people in our society. And we are definitely getting fatter. I don't think these stools were the beginning of ergonomics. I think they were designed in a time when people's posteriors were of somewhat different proportion. I'll give you 2 guesses, which is the vegan. The reality is that 2/3 of people are now overweight or obese, and visceral fat produces all kinds of consequences to our health, including inflammatory markers. It contributes to heart disease, type 2 diabetes, stroke, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and other problems. If you take mice or rats, for example, and you let the mice or rats eat ad libitum, and then you compare that to the mice or rats that have these chemicals added to their feed, chemicals like salt, oil, and sugar, you'll find the rats will increase their weight 49% in 60 days. And it's not for psychological reasons, it's biological reasons. The reality is that the only thing that exceeds the consequences of dietary excess, that is obesity, in terms of morbidity and mortality right now, is tobacco smoke. And honestly, obesity is rapidly catching up. Increasing consequences of dietary excess include diabetes. In fact, it's interesting, if you look at the relationship between increasing obesity and increasing diabetes, the correlation is almost 1-to-1. It's almost as if there's some type of connection. So what we're doing as a society is telling people, well, maybe they should eat health food, things like olive oil and red wine, dark chocolate, coffee, coconut, anything, diet sodas, the dead Dr. Atkins paleo keto type diet recommendations. And what I think we should be doing is getting people not to eat health food, but to eat healthy food. So fresh fruits and vegetables, grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds, a whole plant food SOS-free diet. SOS, of course, is the international symbol of danger. It also stands for salt, oil, and sugar, the chemicals added to food that stimulate dopamine production in the brain and lead us to systematic overeating and these leading causes of death and disability. The leading cause of death, heart disease, cancer, and stroke. But the actual causes of death, the reason people get heart disease, cancer, and stroke is tobacco, poor dietary choices, and alcohol consumption. So perhaps if we spent more of our time focusing on the actual causes of death, we could reduce the leading causes of death. The actual cause of death, number one, is still tobacco. It does a fabulous job because it affects virtually every organ system in the body. They say that some people claim that smoking actually could protect against lung cancer. And they'll cite statistics that show that only 20% of smokers actually get lung cancer, that 80% of smokers never get lung cancer. What they don't tell you is the reason why 80% of smokers never get lung cancer is in part because they die from heart disease before they live long enough to grow their tumors. So I guess if they could make smoking more dangerous, kill everybody from heart disease, they might be able to start advertising it as cancer safe. So tobacco is effective, and so is elevated blood pressure. As you see here, elevations of blood pressure are one of the leading contributing causes of death and disability. Alcohol consumption, they try to argue that alcohol is some type of health food, and if you don't drink, you should start. They talk about alcohol having powerful antioxidants like resveratrol, but forget to tell you that it comes from the skin of grapes, and if you wanted more resveratrol, one thing you could do is eat grapes. They also talk about that alcohol has a blood thinning effect, that it acts much like aspirin to thin the blood and reduce the risk of a clotting stroke. What they don't tell you is that there's no reduction in all-cause mortality because you have increased risk of bleeding stroke. So I guess the justification for alcohol is it's important for you to die from a bleeding stroke rather than a clotting stroke. Elevated cholesterol, also actual cause of death, probably because it's a marker for how much animal food you eat. And obesity. The fatter you are, the higher your risk factors, eliminating the causes of obesity critical if we want to get rid of the actual causes of death. Interesting, low fruit and vegetable intake independent of weight issues as a risk factor for all-cause mortality, probably because fruits and vegetables are our only source of phytochemicals. Physical inactivity, illicit drugs, and unsafe sex. You can see that the reason people are actually dying is not deficiency things, lack of things. It's because of excess, and particularly dietary and lifestyle excess. So the big condition, the big epidemic condition today in society is metabolic syndrome. If people's waist is over 35 inches, if you're a woman, 40 inches is a man. If your triglycerides are over 150 milligrams per deciliter. If your blood pressure is over either 130 or 85. If your fasting blood glucose is over 110 or lower HDL than 50 milligrams per deciliter. If you have 3 of those 5 things, you have metabolic syndrome. And metabolic syndrome is, in fact, one of the leading epidemic conditions that's responsible for contributing to a wide variety of problems, including cirrhosis of the liver and liver cancer and colorectal cancer, gout, diabetes, stroke, congestive heart failure, myocardial infarction, coronary artery disease, and many other conditions. Fortunately, some of these things are actually reversible. Here's an interesting diagram of a coronary artery before and after 32 months of a plant-based diet. No stents or bypass in this case, just making dietary changes resulted in substantial improvement. So if you're not going to eat meat, fish, fowl, eggs, dairy products, oil, salt, and sugar, eliminating the majority of calories that people consume, what's left? Well, it would include fruits, vegetables, both raw and cooked, nuts and seeds, and complex carbohydrates, potatoes, yams, squash, grains, beans, to the degree that you're able to process those. And if, in fact, all of your food contained these foods, you'd get the quantity and quality of nutrients you need to sustain optimum health, with the exception of vitamin B12. B12 coming only from bacteria on a diet where you're being hyperhygienic and avoiding bacterial contamination, and particularly animal products, including all its fecal contamination, etc. Vitamin B12 does need to be supplemented over the long run. So we divide food into 3 meals. Why do we have 3 meals typically for most people. Why don't we have just 1 meal or 10 meals? One way to think about this is if you look at the human stomach and you fill it up with these high nutrient density, low caloric density foods, you have to actually fill up the stomach 2 or 3 times a day to get enough calories in order to sustain optimum health. And so although you could go on a less volume diet initially, as long as you had reserves, eventually you deplete your excess reserves and you'd have to get enough to eat. And so for most people, that's going to be filling up the feeding bag a couple, 3 times a day in order to be able to get enough to eat. An example of a meal plan might include fruit, oatmeal, salads, steamed vegetables, potatoes, rice, and beans. And it doesn't matter necessarily so much exactly how you, which order you put foods in, as long as you get enough to eat and not get too much over the course of the day. Now, one of the things that we recommend for our patients is intermittent fasting. That is, that they limit their feeding window to somewhere between 8 and 12 hours a day, depending on the patient. So that gives them a period of 12 to 16 hours a day of fasting. And this type of intermittent fasting is enough day compounded to have a large cumulative effect in terms of biomarkers and other changes that occur during intermittent fasting. It also tends to help people limit overeating, and particularly limit overeating right before people go to bed. We recommend that people avoid eating at least 3 hours before they go to sleep, and by doing that, by eating earlier, making their final meal earlier in the day. So this type of a feeding pattern allows people to get all of their food from whole plant foods and avoid the meat, fish, fowl, eggs, dairy products, oil, salt, sugar, and other processed foods that leads to the metabolic syndrome and obesity and the problems that people suffer from. So here's some pictures of real food: fruit, vegetables, some more vegetables, some more vegetables, some starchy vegetables like potatoes or squash, and perhaps some foods like grains and beans to the degree that you're able to digest them. I'd like to do a little cooking demonstration or food preparation demonstration here. This is a banana for people that sometimes they say they don't have a lot of time, so this is for highly efficient food preparation. What you do with this device is you take it and you peel it, and then you eat it, but just eat the inside, leave the skin alone. That's not so tasty. And now I know some people say, well, you know, that's great, that's quick and easy, I have time to do that, but I don't want to like have bananas, you know, every day. I want some variety in my life. And so what we do is we show them how to do a banana in a completely different way. You take the banana from the other direction and you peel it, and then you eat it. So maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you peel it from the top, and Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, you peel it from the bottom, and hopefully that adds a little bit of variety into the diet. So one of the big concerns that we notice clinically is that some people have tremendous difficulties with digestive disturbance and autoimmune disease. And we believe that one of the reasons for that is a process called gut leakage, where people absorb protein molecules or other molecules through the intestinal mucosa, and in genetically vulnerable people, the immune system reacts. And unfortunately, in some people, that reaction becomes inappropriate, and they may begin to attack their own tissues. And so if a person has gut leakage and their immune system attacks their colon, we might refer to this condition as ulcerative colitis or bowel syndrome. If it attacks their joints, we might talk about rheumatoid arthritis. If it attacks their kidneys, we might talk about lupus or skin vasculitis. If it's their lungs, we might look at conditions like asthma. And one of the things that all these different conditions have in common is they seem to be aggravated by gut leakage. And, you know, the mucosal membrane in the gut works very much like the screen works to keep out the bugs. If the holes are smaller than the bugs, difficult for the bugs to penetrate. However, if the screen were to become damaged, then it might allow the bugs to get access inside. And the analogy is that in people, if intestinal mucosa becomes damaged, perhaps through inflammation, which might be caused by free radical exposure, then materials can enter into the bloodstream that wouldn't normally be there, and the body's immune system would react to those things, and you'd be fine. But if that process were to continue, and a person had genetic vulnerabilities, that immune system may become dysfunctional. And in fact, that's a simplistic model that we believe may be relevant in contributing to many conditions termed autoimmune diseases. That materials trigger the immune response inappropriately. And so now the question is, what can you do about it? Now, conventional treatment often involves very powerful medications that try to suppress inflammation, and they can be like a dream at resolving symptoms. But that dream can become a nightmare because long-term use of medications like prednisone can lead to long-term consequences that are very unfortunate. And so that dream becomes a nightmare because it turns out you need your immune system. And suppressing your immune system, although it might be helpful symptomatically short-term, may not be a good long-term strategy for building health. So, here's an example of the effect of free radicals. If you can tell the difference between one side and the other. One side has prematurely aged cross-linked collagen tissue, which comes, in this case, from smoking. I'll call it smoker's face. And the other has more normally aging skin that doesn't get exposed to excess free radicals. In this case, could be smoking. Other options for free radicals might be the oxidation of alcohol or eating high-fat foods, particularly heated fat foods. Lots of free radicals, lots of premature aging, and of course, it's not just the face that's affected, but all the organs and the tissue in the body. Maybe why smokers are protected in many cases from lung cancer because the animal lining of the vessels is damaged and they get heart disease and die from heart attacks before they live longer. So we believe that the hidden force that undermines health and happiness is, in fact, the pleasure trap. And we believe that escaping the pleasure trap, including the dietary pleasure trap, is a critical component to overcoming diseases, including autoimmune diseases and diseases involving the gastrointestinal system in particular. And in order to escape the pleasure trap, requires people to recognize that these chemicals added to their food have a drug-like effect on them. And so that's why we advocate an exclusively whole plant food, SOS-free diet. We've actually produced a couple of books, the Health Promoting Cookbook, the Ramses's Bravo, and more recently Bravo Express. And these are all vegan, SOS-free cookbooks that provide simple to make recipes so that people that are choosing to avoid animal foods and processed foods have recipes that are simple and possible to make, even for people that aren't gourmet chefs. The other intervention that we use is medically supervised water-only fasting. In some cases, we'll take patients for 5 to 40 days, put them on water only in a medically supervised setting, which allows the inflammation to be eliminated, allows the gut to heal. And then when you apply a whole plant food SOS-free diet, we find that many of these patients are able to overcome their chronic inflammatory conditions, eliminate the pain and debility, and restore their health. The trick is, though, you have to keep eating a health-promoting diet and lifestyle in order to sustain the results, because fasting doesn't cure anything, but it's an effective management strategy to get people to the point where good foods taste good and their acute symptomology can be resolved.
Wow, that was amazing, Dr. Goldhamer. I'd love to ask you a few questions about this if you'd like to stop sharing your slides so that I can see you. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Goldhamer, I agree with you. I have followed a plant-exclusive diet for over 40 years like you, and for the last 12, one free of sugar, oil, flour, alcohol, and salt. However, so many people that I come in contact with, and I'm imagining some of your patients too, say they can't eat fruits or vegetables or beans or grains or nuts and seeds because of some pre-existing GI conditions. So how do we get people even into the conversation when starting out, they perhaps really can't eat some of these things?
Well, the good news is you don't need to eat all of the different classes of food. All you have to do is find out which foods within the classes of foods that are available are within your digestive capacities. And then over time, as you heal, you may be able to broaden your dietary intake. And the advantage of broadening the dietary intake is it provides more variety, it provides more ability to adapt to seasonality, and it also gives us diversity of nutrient exposure. So there is an advantage to being able to eat a diverse whole plant food SOS-free diet, but it's not a necessity. For example, some people don't do well with nuts or seeds. So they may find they're difficult for them to digest, or it's difficult for them to not overeat on. So they may have to limit or eliminate some or all of that class of foods. Some people don't do well with beans, for example. They have digestive problems with beans. Now, there are things, for example, you can do with beans that make them more digestible for some people. If you soak those beans overnight, if you drain them and pour off the boil water and then cook beans slowly and significantly reduce the quantity of beans you're trying to eat, sometimes people find that then they're able to eat at least some of the beans without digestive distress. Some beans, like lentils, may be easier to be digested than maybe other larger beans. But some people just don't do well with beans also. You can eliminate them. There's nothing that says you have to have any one particular category of foods in order to sustain optimum health and nutrition. Some people have certain vegetables that they're sensitive to. There may be whole classes of vegetables that some of the cabbage family vegetables sometimes cause people difficulty. So again, what we need to do is, first of all, get the gut as healthy as possible. That's why we like to use fasting and other things to kind of reboot that gut microbiome. People forget they have multiple pounds of bacteria living in their gut that are an instrumental part of their immune system. There could be up to 5 pounds of bacteria, 1,000 strain of bacteria living in the digestive system, protecting you and keeping everything in check. But when you take antibiotics or you go on highly processed food diets, you may end up with a completely different microflora than you would if you were on a healthy diet. And those trillion creatures are living creatures. They're eating, drinking, and defecating inside you right now. And you know, I want my bacteria pooing fertilizer into me. I don't want it pooing things like TMA, trimethylene oxidase, that can cause damage to my blood vessels and increase my risk of other problems. And so I know I need to feed my bacteria the food they're designed to eat in a healthy human gut, which is soluble fibers. So it's going to be vegetable material. Now, some people, for example, can't eat a lot of raw vegetables because they find it causes them distress, but they may be able to do well with steamed vegetables or blended vegetables. There's lots of different ways to process food to reduce some of that initial difficulty. And sometimes it's just patience. If you continue to expose yourself to increasing quantities of plant-based foods, the bacterial flora in your gut changes, your digestive capacity changes. There's things you can do besides cooking that increase digestibility, and one of those things is called chewing. It turns out that the process of chewing food not only breaks it down mechanically, but it stimulates digestive secretions. And so one of the problems many people have with digestive problems is that they eat too much, they eat too fast, they eat the wrong foods. And so if you start eating less and eating the right foods and chewing those foods properly, and perhaps be sensitive to the complexity of your meals. Sometimes people use various food combining tools to help simplify their meals. You may find that you can eat a wide variety of foods with good success, whereas those same foods eaten too quickly, not treated properly, not prepared properly, may become distressing.
Right. Just in case someone watching this summit isn't familiar with the term water fasting or therapeutic medically supervised water only fasting, can you explain what that is if a patient with any kind of medical condition, specifically a GI condition, were to come to you, what that process would be like for them?
Well, the two types of fasting they're commonly referred to as intermittent fasting, where people limit their feeding window to, say 8 hours a day and fast for anywhere from 12 to 16 hours each night. That can be done safely by almost everybody. It doesn't require manipulation of medications. It just means don't eat 3 hours before you go to bed. Don't eat too early in the morning. And hopefully when you are eating, eat a whole plant food SOS-free diet. And the benefits of that is it helps people limit overeating and may induce biochemical changes that are thought to be helpful. And then the other type of fasting is medically supervised fasting. This is fasting that's done in a medically supervised setting for prolonged periods of time, anywhere from 5 to 40 days. And so these patients undergo a proper physical examination, have baseline laboratory evaluations done, and they're in a controlled setting with doctors that are experienced in doing this type of program. This is a safe and effective process for resolving a variety of conditions associated with dietary excess, including cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, autoimmune diseases, and even conditions like lymphoma, are shown to be effectively treated with this intervention. Again, the problem is afterwards you still have to go back to a whole plant food SOS-free diet. You can't go back to the greasy, fatty, slimy, dead, decaying flesh and not expect problems to recur. So this is something that we do at True North Health. We've done it for 36 years. There's been well over 20,000 people that have successfully undergone medically supervised fasting. We are able to do this, but again, that's something that really is usually done when dietary intervention and intermittent fasting alone have not been sufficient to help a person overcome their problems. Or you have patients, sometimes they're on medications and other problems. You have to go through the careful process of withdrawing those medications in order to undergo fasting, and that does need to be done in a controlled setting.
Right. Do you know what effect fasting does have on the microbiome, whether it's water-only fasting or intermittent fasting?
Well, we've done the first study that I'm aware of on long-term water fasting and the effect on the microbiome. We did that with our colleague Luigi Fontana from Washington University. And what we did is we took subjects before and after fasting, took samples, and they are now going through a complex process of evaluating the changes in both the type of flora and also what those flora give off. Unfortunately, that data has not been released yet, so I can't share with you the specifics. What I can tell you is clinically it looks like it reboots the microbiome. It's very much like taking a computer that's been corrupted, and you know how you turn it off and you turn it on, and you may not know exactly why, but now everything starts working again. Well, that's what it looks like is happening with the microbiome, is that you shut it off, there's a significant reduction in bacterial volume, and then when you reboot it, hopefully on a healthy diet, it appears that the body is able to help reestablish a more healthy flora. Again, hopefully as that data becomes available, we'll be able to share the specific results of that.
Well, I look forward to be able to share that. That sounds fascinating. Why is it important for people in general and people with GI disorders in particular not to be eating late at night?
Well, you know, when you eat late at night, first of all, your own ability to do effective digestion can be limited. And then particularly when you try to go to sleep, there's a contradiction going on where your body's trying to rest and recuperate and go through that process, but is also being actively stimulated by, you know, a rather energetic process of digestion. So it can affect the quality and quantity of your sleep. It can lead people to having to wake to deal with bowel and bladder issues. And just the increased activity can affect some important healing that's supposed to take place, particularly during non-REM deep sleep. And so the quality of sleep can be affected, the quality of digestion can be profoundly affected. And also, you know, when you're eating food, you want your food to be burned for energy, not stored as fat in most people's cases. And so, you know, better to eat those calories at a time where you can burn them and then the body doesn't have to actually preserve them as additional fat. For most of us, we're trying to stay leaner, not improve our fat storage efficiency.
Right. A lot of people with GI disorders are put on a very low fiber diet by their doctors. Why is this not really a good thing long term, and why is fiber so important?
Yeah, well, what sometimes is good for short-term symptomatic relief is not always good for long-term health recovery. And though it is true that sometimes you have to limit how much fiber or the type of fiber that you introduce to a patient with debilitated digestive system, ultimately we're trying to move back into normal digestion, which is absolutely critically dependent on adequate soluble fiber intake. That's the food that the bacteria flora you want living in your gut need to eat. And you don't want them to have to resort to breaking down your own tissues in order to be able to survive. So I think that it's critically that we move back into a diet that's adequate in fiber. Fiber forms not only the food for your bacteria, but also the bulk of your stools. I mean, when you think about the diet that people eat in our society, meat, fish, fowl, eggs, and dairy products, you know, how much fiber is there in meat?
None.
None, yeah. What if it's organic meat?
None.
Yeah, it's still none. Yeah, it doesn't change. Same thing with fish, fowl, eggs, dairy. There's no fiber at all in any animal foods, only in plant-based foods. And so if a significant percentage of calories is coming from animal foods, and another significant percentage of calories is coming from sugar and oil and refined carbohydrates also, which don't have any fiber, you have to get all of your fiber from a very small amount of calories or significantly overeat in order to be able to get some higher fiber food. And the consequence of that is just what you see around you. when people don't get enough fiber, they get constipation. When they get constipation, they strain and they get hemorrhoids and fissures, varicose veins and prolapsed uteruses, and a whole host of internal organ disruption. And these conditions were very rare in societies where plant-based foods were eaten. Now they've become epidemic. And so I think that it's incumbent upon us to get into a diet that's consistent with our biological design, and that's going to be a whole plant food diet. And we recommend avoiding the chemicals, salt, oil, and sugar. And the consequence, you get a normal flora, you get normal bowel function, and you can eliminate some of the overeating that leads to obesity and metabolic syndrome, and this whole cascading event of immunological compromised individuals. Isn't it interesting that 500,000 people are dying this year from coronary artery disease? That's 500,000 people. Tens of thousands of people dying from diabetes. Thousands of people dying from the consequences of dietary excess. And now we have new concerns about acute infection like COVID infection, where so far 100,000 people has died this year. And many of those people are dying because of an autoimmune type response that occurs to happen in the consequence of the illness. And the risk factor for those consequences are metabolic syndrome, it's obesity, diabetes, coronary artery disease, respiratory distress, compounded by age, which is really nothing more than how many years of abuse you've had, and smoking. And so, people are not asking, why is it that some people get sick and they die, and other people get sick and it's relatively inconvenient but not necessarily devastating? And one of those differences is how healthy the person is. So you want to be healthy, not just to avoid getting heart attacks and strokes and cancer, but also so that when you inevitably get exposed to the various organisms that are abundant in our environment, that you survive, you recover, and you don't succumb as a consequence of a compromised immune system.
Wow. Dr. Goldhamer, a lot of people are put on something called a low FODMAP diet, a low fermentation diet, a low residue diet, or an elimination diet. Are you able to work with patients that are coming to you with one of those for eating styles?
Well, certainly, and again, different sensitivities in different people. What we're always attempting to do is to improve the overall gut health enough that the diet can be as varied as possible. But you have to recognize that different individuals have different limitations. And one way we test that is actually, you can do all kinds of LCAT and RAS testing. There's lots of different tests that have very serious limitations. But one thing that's pretty much low tech but proven is rotational feeding, and particularly rotational feeding after fasting, once the gut's had a chance to heal, and you introduce foods one at a time and watch for reactivity. And what we've learned is that some people just can't eat certain foods at all. That's it. And some people can eat those foods, but maybe they can only eat them once a week, not necessarily every day. And so you have to build a diet around, rotation. And sometimes people that are sensitive to foods at first, over time, they become less sensitive as they heal. And, so again, it's not a simple process. And in fact, some of the more complicated conditions to treat are these conditions of inflammation in the GI system, because, such an important part of our health and immunity involves the GI system. When it's compromised, it has a profound effect on overall health, and helping that recover can be really quite challenging.
How long does it take for these people to heal? And have you worked with people even with some severe conditions like, say, ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease? Was there hope for them?
Yeah, there is absolutely hope. And again, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, and even the more common irritable bowel disease can be really debilitating to people. It's interesting. We have lately, because there's been a little bit of delay in people being able to check into the center because of the backlog. We've been working with more people on the phone and helping them with diet and lifestyle changes. And we have some of our doctors, like Dr. Varese, that does a lot of phone coaching. And I gave her trouble sometimes because many of these people that I talk to, and they start working with her while they're waiting to come in, go and get well before I even get to see them. So I give her a hard time because many times all you have to do is get the diet right. And you just change the diet to a whole plant food diet, and then the body recovers, and they don't necessarily have to go through the vigorous process of medically supervised fasting. And so now we've actually, we're launching next week actually a new sophisticated phone coaching system where people can actually go on through our website, log on, and then they can set up consultations with various attending doctors on our staff. And we're also looking at trying to provide coaching services just to encourage people on an ongoing basis and deal with these very challenging issues. So for many of our patients, they're able to do that remotely. They never have to come in. They just have to get the diet right. But for some people, despite our best efforts at working with dietary manipulation, or people just don't feel like they can make the dietary and lifestyle changes on their own, they're just too exhausted from being ill, they need to come in to True North. We put them into the facility. We work with them on a controlled basis, and whether it's fine-tuning the diet or going through fasting or modified fasting, and often those results are very, very encouraging. And you can go on to the foundation's website, fasting.org, and look at all of the case reports and studies we published that show what is possible if people are willing to do dangerous and radical things like eat good and exercise and go to bed on time and consider things like fasting.
Wow. You had mentioned IBS, and there are people that have IBS and also have SIBO with it. And for some people with SIBO, the antibiotics don't work. Will a water fast resolve SIBO in some people?
Well, for some people, the reason they have SIBO is because of attempts to use antibiotics to treat problems. When you take antibiotics, you can wipe out a large portion of your flora, and the type of flora that grows back, particularly on these SIPI diets or these animal-based diets, is not the flora that's consistent with recovering health. And so what we'll often do is use fasting to kind of reboot that system and then carefully reintroduce a whole natural food diet. But again, I want to emphasize, for example, we like to use raw and cooked vegetables, but not everybody's able to, for example, handle a lot of raw vegetables at first. And so we may need to use an exclusively cooked vegetable-based diet at first. Or sometimes you have to process the vegetables and blend them into soups and other things to ease the body's ability and kind of retrain it, if you will. So this is a highly individual type of intervention that's necessary to be successful. But I'd have to say that the majority of people that we see, even with these very debilitating symptoms, if they're willing to really put their effort into it, it's really gratifying how successful people can become. And I particularly like these patients because once they get well, they're usually so grateful for getting well, they're willing to keep doing the diet and lifestyle change. There's nothing better than pain, debility, or fear of death to motivate patients into dietary change. So I find patients that are facing pain, debility, and fear of death to make really the best patients.
Wow. So it's possible that some patients can't water fast, they can't medically get cleared. So your other levels of service, like the unrestricted feeder or the juice feasting or juice fasting, can that also help people with some of these chronic GI conditions?
Yeah. Sometimes we'll do juice fasting because with juice there's no fiber, so there's nothing to stimulate or irritate the bowels, and it gives you a chance for the bowels to heal, and then carefully reintroducing fiber into the diet, usually through steamed starchy vegetables and other foods of this nature, can be successful at allowing bowels to begin working again. I've had patients that haven't had unassisted bowel movements for decades, literally, and yet you do a fast, you get them feeding, and now the bowel function is restored. And it's the rule, not the exception.
You mentioned that chronic constipation. I know people that honestly, they really do eat like you and I, and they have had chronic constipation for years. So you're telling me that sometimes even a fast could get things moving?
Well, actually, what fasting can provide a rest, and then an appropriate diet is allowed to reestablish normal bowel function. I haven't actually seen patients that aren't able to establish or reestablish bowel functions so far, but perhaps in the next 36 years we'll run across one or two. But bowel function is pretty mechanical. It's predictable. Sometimes it can be kind of a pain in the butt, but it is definitely one of those conditions that we expect to resolve. And in fact, generally we want to see normalized bowel function even before we start fasting, and usually we can achieve that just by getting rid of a lot of the medications that contribute to it, the dietary inappropriate diets that contribute to it, and also stress. The bowels are largely impacted by emotion because the autonomic nervous system, the parasympathetic and sympathetic control peristalsis. So sometimes just getting people in an environment where they're not so stressed out is enough that allows things to start to function again. And so, we can't underestimate the fact that stress may have in contributing to some of these patients' problems. So somebody may be eating well, but they may be living in a high-stress environment or driving 2 hours a day to a job they hate, working with people they dislike, for a company they detest. They may be doing things they don't like. So all kinds of reasons why people have dysfunction. And it's not always just diet. Diet's just the thing that's perhaps the most profound and the easiest thing to perhaps try to address. Sometimes it's easier to control the diet than it is to control, the environment that some people are having to live in.
Well, that's what's so nice about a visit to the True North Health Center, because they can make these changes in an environment of rest and relaxation.
Yeah, they say that there's two things they call us. They say it's True North Health Center, the last resort. And they also say, Dr. McDougall says that we're the punishment. If somebody doesn't get well on their own, then he apologizes and says, they might have to work with us.
Oh, love Dr. McDougall. So a lot of people I know, including people that are on what you would consider a healthy plant-based diet, seem to suffer from acid reflux or GERD, and they're taking proton pump inhibitors, and many times for years. Have you helped people get off of these? And why is it not good to take these medications for the rest of your life?
Well, these medications can have profound negative effects, if nothing else, immunologically. That normal gastric acidity is a necessary part of protection and balance. And so if it's too high or too low, you can get very unfortunate consequences, including gastric ulcer disease and sometimes significant changes in the esophagus. You can also have problems with digestive difficulties because of imbalances. And there are cases where sometimes you have to do medical intervention with digestive enzymes and other things to try to bridge the gap while people make recovery. But in general, what we're trying to do is get people off all the pills, potions, and powders. I can't say how many people just getting them off all the supplemental nutrition that they were taking was helpful in reestablishing normal digestive function. Sometimes those concentrated pills and potions are doing much more harm than good. And certainly that's true with long-term medication use. You can get very unfortunate consequences. Having said that, let's face it, that the recognition that H. pylori bacteria can help prevent gastric ulcer disease from healing has really revolutionized the treatment of gastric ulcer disease, and the use of antibiotics has been, very helpful in terms of dealing with that condition. The problem is it also has side effects that have to be dealt with, and if you follow that treatment with a poor diet and lifestyle choices, it can become compounding. But we don't want to deny the fact that appropriate medical intervention can be the difference between life and death and can profoundly affect the quality of life. And we oftentimes are working with gastroenterologists for necessary medical treatment that can be absolutely fabulously helpful. It's just that when medical treatment isn't followed by health-promoting diet and lifestyle factors, it can become part of the problem and rather than the cure.
So I've known people that are on so much Prilosec and they sleep with their bricks, on their bed. So you've seen that improve in some of your patients.
Oh yeah, well, and sometimes we will also use mechanical elevation of the head of the bed and other things to provide mechanical advantage. But then eventually, as people heal, they can go back to not having to do that type of intervention. So people are able to get well. But again, it's not an easy situation, and you do need a high degree of compliance in order to be able to sustain long-term results.
Right. So you mentioned a lot of people are chronically constipated. A lot of times when I tell people about a plant-based diet, eating more fruits and vegetables, they say the opposite happens. They actually have too many bowel movements and get diarrhea. So then they want to give up because they don't like running to the bathroom very often. So what do we do for these people?
Well, initially, there's two things that happen with diarrhea. One is if you try to get too rapid an introduction of change in diet. People's colons are so debilitated, they're just not used to any of the stimulation that comes from fiber. Obviously, the reason why most of these patients' constipation resolves is they get normal stimulation from normal food and bowels go back to functioning normally. But if a colon is very debilitated, you may have to gradually introduce these. And also it's compounded by detoxification. When you get people off a greasy, fatty diet, they start dumping a lot of those excess bile acids. And the excess bile acids, that's that green, yellow pigments that can be so caustic and irritating, will cause a little bit of diarrhea as the body flushes this material out. A plant-based eater only has about 20% of the average circulating bile acids that a high-fat eater would. And so, initially, those excess materials have to be eliminated. That may also be why plant-based eaters have a lower incidence of bowel cancer and other things. Perhaps excess exposure to excess amounts of bile acids may be part of one of the reasons why chronic irritation may be set up. I don't know if that's been proven yet, but it's certainly an interesting correlation between the high animal food intakes, higher bile acid production, and higher incidence of chronic GI irritation.
A lot of times people, when they first adopt a plant-based diet, maybe they don't even have any GI disease, they complain of gas. And
Yes.
is there any way to make that transition easier?
Yes. Well, first of all, think about what gas is. It's, bacteria breaking down carbohydrate that hadn't been fully digested higher in the tract. And so there's nothing about gas per se that's necessarily a health threat. It's more of it. It can be distressing if the bowels aren't working properly. You can get pain. It can be socially disturbing, but it's not in and of itself a significant health threat. But if you want the gas to go away, then you have to get rid of the reason why you're forming excess amounts of gas. Now, I think all plant eaters, humans and animals, will have some bacterial action, which is a critical component of the function in the bowels. And so there's going to be some gas material, but it doesn't have to be distressing. The things you can do to reduce gas, number one, is stop overeating. When you overeat your digestive capacities, then carbohydrates move farther down the chain and you get more bacterial action in breaking them down. So stop overeating. Chew your food thoroughly. Chew your food to a liquid. Don't, people say, well, I chew my food. I say, what happens when you eat corn? Do you see corn in your stool? And they say, well, I don't look at my stool. If they do look at their stool, they'll see corn. Well, what does that mean? What do you think? The corn went back together? No, you never chewed it up. It doesn't go get chewed up and then reform. And so what you have to do is chew your food. And if you're seeing food showing up in your stool, it means you didn't chew it. So, and if you don't chew it properly, you're going to have more gas than you would if you chewed food to a liquid. You can also process food. You can use a food processor. You can use an S-blade to help break down food farther so that, you still have to chew it, but you get more complete food processing. Sometimes people don't have all their teeth or they don't have good dentition, and so they may need to use food processing to get chopped salads or things so that they're able to masticate it adequately to allow good digestion. You can use more cooked food or cook food a little bit more thoroughly in order to be able to break food down with heat. So the heat dextrinizes the starch, just makes it more digestible, be a little bit less gas formation. You can be careful about gaseous foods associated with higher gas production, like cabbage family, like the beans, etc. So you might use more zucchini and squashes and Hubbard squash and butternut squash and potatoes. And at first, as your body gets used to digesting more plant-based foods, you can be careful about high sugar content foods, particularly dried fruits, fruit juices, things that you probably shouldn't be using in concentration anyway, or even too much fruit can be a real challenge, especially for diabetics or people that have colitis. There are certain types of fruit, sometimes citrus fruits are a particular problem, particularly if they're taken in the forms of juices. Fruits that have not been ripened properly, so they're going to be higher in acid. All of these things can be a factor. Some people are sensitive to certain categories of food, proteins in food, so they might be, the nightshade family, for example, might be a problem for certain people with certain symptoms. Although it's interesting, AJ, some people say, well, they're nightshade sensitive, but what they really are is they're tomato sauce sensitive. They might be able to eat fresh tomatoes and do okay, but when they eat highly concentrated, high acidic things like a tomato sauce, they may have reactions, or it may not even be the tomatoes. It's the oil, the sugar, and the salt that's in the sauce they're eating, and they've attributed it to tomatoes. So sometimes it takes a little testing or investigation or rotational feeding to really get down and figure out exactly what it is that is causing people distress.
So if I understand you correctly, there's no one particular food that all humans must eat, and there's always going to be some version of a whole food plant-based SOS-free diet that people can adopt, often with the help of the doctors at the True North Health Center.
I couldn't have said it better.
Okay, great. So why do you think these GI diseases are so prevalent? Why do so many people have GERD and IBS and SIBO and diverticulitis and diverticulosis and chronic constipation and, just ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease? I mean, these are common diseases.
But those are that's what happens to human beings that eat a diet that's dominant in animal foods and highly processed foods. Those are the modern diseases of dietary excess. So I'm only amazed that more people don't have those problems. I mean, it's remarkable to me to see the material, the diet diaries that patients are coming in, And like how they live as long and as well as they do, to me, is quite remarkable. In any case, so we know the cause of these problems, and we know the resolution of these problems. The difficulty is that people are addicts and they don't want to quit smoking, drinking, and eating meat and highly processed foods. And also society is set up to give people what they want, not what they need. And so it's easy and convenient to go out and get access to the highly processed foods. You have to actually do some work to live on a whole plant food SOS-free diet. You have to shop and put some effort in, because you're such an extreme minority when you're trying to live healthy in this world. But, it's like saying, why are 2/3 of people fat? Well, it's not like random. It's not a mystery. It's because of what they put in their mouth and what they're not doing with sleep and exercise. And it's not like surprising that people have GI problems. Look what they're putting in their mouth. They're inducing the condition with their diet and lifestyle.
Well, I agree with you. However, we both know people personally who do follow your diet to the letter and still have succumbed to things like SIBO, IBS, and have unrelenting bloating and distension. So
No question.
There are some people that you would agree are plant perfect eaters that still have these. How do we
Because it's
help?
not just diet. Diet is important to control, and even those people still have to control their diet. But there may be other issues that have to be addressed. In some cases, there's enzymatic problems. People don't produce certain enzymes, and so those are going to have to be supplemented or replaced. Other people have structural damage. They have adhesions. They have endometriosis. They have all kinds of things going on that might be compounding their problem. Some people are on necessary medications that have untoward side effects. And so you have to figure out, how to deal with that. Some people, it may not even be diet. It may be a largely stress and environment-induced problem. That people have toxicity problems. So a lot of people, and some people have infections, whether it be parasites or they have bacterial infections, they have viral infections. So, and many of these challenges have been going on for years or decades. And so, you have a problem for 25 years and it doesn't resolve in like a week. You can't necessarily assume that it's not resolvable. I've had patients where it's the third fast before they get symptomatic relief, with months of feeding in between. And so, it's not always quick and easy. Now, I prefer to have patients, they come in and they get well before they get there, or they get well right away, and then they go out and tell everybody how easy and simple it is. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it's a hugely complicated, complex, and sometimes even requires medical management. I'm so excited right now because it's so rare for me to see patients that actually benefit from medication. But I have a patient right now at the True North Health Center that had a very rare and very dangerous cancer that has come in and responded to immunotherapy. And it's very clear, and we were already doing the diet and the lifestyle stuff and everything we could do. And this has been, we're writing this up right now, and has done well without secondary effects. I think in large part because he's living healthy and all the rest. But there are situations where medical care is really a miracle. And so it's so gratifying to see that happen occasionally, because we're always criticizing conventional medical treatment, particularly medications with all their side effects, because frankly, the people we see are usually the people that didn't respond, or they wouldn't have had to be coming in to begin with. And yet it is nice to see that sometimes those interventions actually do work. And so that's kind of cool.
That's nice. And I like that you said that sometimes people don't respond the first time, because a lot of times they've had these conditions for a long time, and getting some improvement is still better than not improving at all.
Well, and I know usually exactly how long it'll take. It'll take however long it takes to resolve the condition. And then in hindsight, I can predict with 100% accuracy how long it took. But we just don't know in advance how long it's going to take. We guess. And, some conditions are easier to predict than others. Like with weight, we can predict weight loss. But do you think there's a difference in some people losing weight than others? You betcha. Males lose an average of 3 pounds a week. Females only lose 2 pounds a week. So there's a big difference just in the sex of people.
Do you ever recommend things like probiotics, prebiotics, or digestive enzymes?
Personally, I'm not a fan of pills and potions of any kind. I kind of hate everything. But the doctors that work on the staff at the True North Health Center, that are actually the attendings of the patients, are much more open-minded, and they're willing to consider the good and the bad aspects of both conventional medical care and alternative care. So it's a good thing for our patients that I'm not the one making the recommendations, because I would always look at diet, sleep, exercise, and fasting and continue to grind on that till the problem gets solved. But I do have to admit that in some cases, both for expediency, in other words, how long do you want to suffer before you get well, and also for ultimate outcomes, some people do better when they get a good combination of appropriate medical treatment along with conservative care. And that's why we've hired doctors that are not idiots. And they are open-minded, but they're not so open-minded that their brains fall out. So I'm very pleased with the staff we have because they can work with people where they're at, addressing the dietary issues, addressing the medical care issues, addressing the naturopathic medicine issues, and even the mechanical issues, the chiropractic, the exercise, the physical rehabilitation. All of these therapeutic modalities have potential for a given individual, but I don't think they can replace the need for a whole plant food SOS-free diet for people that want to get and stay healthy.
Well, you mentioned exercise. How important is exercise to gut health?
Turns out it's really important because when you, I mentioned before that there seems to be a strong tie for some patients to psychological and stress-related issues, and exercise undoes the consequence of dietary excess and helps undo some of the consequence of stress. So it has a profound effect on the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system has two components, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, and they work in balance with each other to keep things in check. If the sympathetic nervous system gets too high, you might have symptoms like constipation. If the parasympathetic tone gets too high, you might have something like diarrhea. So the things that can affect the autonomic nervous system balance, not just diet, but also stress and exercise. And so keeping that autonomic nervous system in balance is why we've invented all these natural therapy systems like massage, biofeedback, acupuncture, homeopathy, chiropractic manipulation. You name it, these systems all have one thing in common, is that they work by balancing the autonomic nervous system. Now, I say some things work better than others, but if you look at how is it that they relieve the pain of people, largely it's getting that autonomic nervous system, that sympathetic parasympathetic balance back in place. Now, the one thing that's the most powerful way of doing that I've ever seen is actually fasting. Fasting works like rebooting the hard drive in a corrupted computer. It's remarkable how that autonomic balance seems to correct after fasting. And, you know, we'll be looking at these biomarkers more in research that we're going to be doing this year, that I believe that it works in sick people, but I also believe it works in healthy people. And I think that we're going to find that some of the people that get the most benefit from fasting are healthy people that use it maybe for a short period of time periodically in order to maintain normal microbiome, normal autonomic tone.
Wow, that makes sense. I really appreciate what you said about how important it is to chew the food to the cream, because I think that is a big problem with a lot of people. You'd mentioned in your slide presentation that Americans eat something like 93% of their calories from animal products and processed food, which means they're not eating any fiber. But when you think about it, those foods basically don't require chewing, Cinnabons, chicken nuggets. And so people, it's almost like they've lost their ability to chew.
Not almost. AJ, they've lost their ability to chew their food. They come into our clinic and they go through a fast and they get tired because they've gotten muscle atrophy from not having used their jaw muscles. And one of the things you'll notice in people that are plant-based eaters is they tend to have much better muscle tone, and also I think it affects dentition as well. You know, because you literally get an atrophic effect that occurs from people never just swallowing and inhaling their food. The other thing about chewing your food is it not only improves digestion, but it slows you down a little bit, and it tends to allow your brain to catch up with the volume so your satiety mechanisms kick in. So people tend to eat less. Also, if you chew your food, you can rip it apart with your teeth and get the flavor from the natural food. You don't have to just have stuff with the flavor sitting on the surface of the food in the form of salt, oil, and sugar. And so when people are used to eating greasy, fatty, processed, dead, decaying flesh, and they go to eat whole plant foods, they often don't enjoy the flavor very much because they're not actually turning the food apart to release the flavor to your taste perception. Also, we've done a study at the True North Health Center on taste adaptation. We've actually been able to show that there's a change in perception to salt and sugar, and most importantly, a hedonic change, a perceptive change to liking salty, fatty foods after fasting. People's tastes and perceptions actually change. And what we believe is happening, they're rebalancing back to their more normal level. And you'll see the longer people eat whole plant foods, the more they like whole plant foods. And part of that is getting it chewed up properly.
That makes sense. A lot of times just people in life get a stomach ache, they get nauseous, and they're always looking for something like what they can eat to relieve it. But isn't it true that maybe sometimes not eating is the best thing to do rather than looking for a remedy?
Yeah, well, a lot of times doing less is having a bigger effect than trying to do more. But people are kind of programmed to think in terms of deficiency. They must be lacking something. The reality is in modern society, in industrialized countries, most people are sick from metabolic syndrome and obesity and consequences of dietary excess, not deficiency. You're not seeing a lot of protein calorie malnutrition walking around the streets in an industrialized country. In fact, the only time you really see deficiency syndromes tends to be in people that are getting most of their calories from something like alcohol. You know?
Do you ever recommend things like maybe a little ginger or mineral water or peppermint tea to kind of calm down? Just not people with
it is true that there's some evidence that some of these substances may have a calming effect on some of the symptoms associated with nausea. In fact, we take distilled water and carbonate it for people that have nausea during fasting, and there actually is a study that shows that it actually does work. And peppermint has some advocates. We have a number of naturopathic physicians on the staff at True North Health, and they've got a lot of these things that they use with people. I'm not quite as nice a person as the doctors that are actually caring for the patients here. They're always trying to keep people comfortable and worry about them. I think that some of that suffering may be actually beneficial in the sense that, if they suffer enough, maybe they won't want to have to come back, and so they'll stay on a plant food diet so they won't have to fast again. But the doctors that work at True North Health actually have a little different attitude, and so we do actually some of that type of intervention trying to help people be more comfortable during their fast.
Great, thank you. A couple of times when I was working at the True North Health Center, I met people that are actually missing parts of their GI tract. Like I've met a couple people that have had gastric bypass surgery. I even met a young man once that was missing his colon. I think it was because he had such severe ulcerative colitis. Yeah. For people that is there still hope for those people?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it's remarkable how well some of these seriously compromised individuals do once they go on a whole plant food diet. And sometimes those are the most dramatic and rewarding case reports because, you see their history and you think, oh my goodness, what can we do? And yet they oftentimes adapt. But again, you have to modify sometimes the diet. It may not always look exactly like what you or I might be eating in order to get them the nutritional density that they need. It's like, not everybody struggles with being overweight. Some people struggle with being underweight. And, sometimes we get raised eyebrows from physicians when we advocate fasting for an underweight individual. And what sometimes people fail to appreciate is a short fast in an underweight individual can sometimes make the difference so that they can then on the same diet begin to absorb their nutrition better. And so sometimes to recalibrate the gut microbiome, we'll do a short period of fasting, even in an underweight person, because we're trying to help rebuild them and help them regain. It's actually harder on average to treat underweight than it is overweight. Overweight, it's just a question of getting them to eat enough low-density foods and high-nutrition foods. With underweight, it's quite the opposite. For example, if we're trying to get people to lose weight, we want them to eat their salads first, and then their steamed vegetables, and then their more concentrated foods. And if they still think they're hungry, go back and have another pound of salad. With an underweight individual, sometimes we have to reverse the order. We'll eat a little bit more of the concentrated foods first so they don't fill up so much that they can't get enough caloric density in. So you can't be afraid to manipulate quality food processing in order to meet the individual's needs. There is no one diet that I've seen that meets absolutely everybody's needs in all circumstances. So we have to be flexible enough to make the person in front of us be the determinant.
That's great. Thank you. So Dr. Goldhamer, what's the truth about GI health?
Well, the truth about GI health is the same truth about health in general, is that health results from healthful living. And healthful living involves diet, sleep, and exercise. And if you want to get healthy, you have to pay the price. And that price is healthful living.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goldhamer.
It's my pleasure.
Did I promise you this was going to be an amazing day, an amazing talk from Dr. Goldhammer? Doesn't he crack you up? Wait till you watch it with the video. He is hilarious. Both he and Dr. Furman, they should hit the road and do a stand-up comedy act together. Boy, do I enjoy listening to them and talking to them. When he talked about the corn, oh my God, I thought I was going to lose it. I said, you can't do that to me, Dr. Goldhammer, not during a summit. And you know, as I mentioned many times, many of these practitioners can do virtual consults through telemedicine now. Almost all the doctors at the True North Health Center can work with you virtually if you're not able to go there. But please, whatever you're experiencing with your gut, I want you to know there is hope. Dr. Goldhammer reiterated what all the doctors were saying. We've got to have at least 3 hours after eating before going to bed. And I'll tell you, some of my GI doctors that I've seen have said that people that are compromised like me and sensitive, 5 is best. Digestive disturbances and autoimmune disease. Wow, what a connection. We learned about that from Dr. Krant as well. And that these diseases are often due to gut leakage. And we talked in depth through Dr. Clapper's interview and many of the interviews, what causes these gut leakage. And for some people, it's just they don't chew their food. He explained how they'll also absorb protein molecules or other molecules through the intestinal mucosa. And in a genetically vulnerable person, the immune system reacts and begins to attack their own tissues. And if the immune system attacks their colon, well, then it's ulcerative colitis. If it attacks the joints, it's rheumatoid arthritis. If it's the kidneys, it could be lupus, lungs, could be asthma. So again, inflammation, very key. And if you've got excess weight, let's deal with that so that we can decrease your inflammation. He said all of these conditions seem to be aggravated by gut leakage, and the mucosal membrane in the gut works very much like a screen. You think of it like I have a screen door. It keeps out bugs. If the screen becomes damaged, the bugs can get in, and things that don't belong there get there. And the problem with these drugs, unfortunately, is it suppresses your immune system, and that can really lead to long-term complications. So if it all, of course, they're necessary at times, but there are other things you might want to consider. He says you don't have to be able to eat every single food and every single class of food if they don't work for you. And that's what's so great about working with one of the practitioners at the True North Health Center, because they will customize the diet that's right for you, as will the registered dietitians. We have 4 of them on this summit that can help you. But he says often if you sprout and soak things like beans and nuts for people that have sensitivities to them, it can help. And legumes like lentils may be easier to digest. Dr. Furman had mentioned today that the soybean perhaps is the easiest one to digest, and maybe start there. Dr. Goldhammer said we want to get the gut as healthy as possible first, and fasting actually reboots the microbiome. So for those that are looking for a quicker fix, fasting might be something you want to consider. Of course, you want to do it under medical supervision, preferably at a place like the True North Health Center or the Fasting Escape. He said there's 5 pounds of bacteria living in our gut. My gosh, eating, pooing, that's just crazy, isn't it? He goes, we need to feed your gut what it was designed to eat, which is soluble fiber. And where does that come from? Plants. Remember, there are no plants. There is no fiber in animal products or processed food. None whatsoever, only in whole plant food. He said, if you don't do well with raw vegetables, eat steamed or blended. Dr. Furman said the same thing. Most people can handle the steamed zucchini and these steamed squashes, even grains like quinoa. Sometimes it helps if you blend them at the beginning, because he said there's different ways to process food to reduce some of that initial difficulty. But like all the doctors said, chewing increases digestibility. Chew your food to a cream, like Dr. Clapper says. He talked about the study he did with Luigi Fontana and the effect of long-term water fasting on the microbiome, which is favorable, and that eating at night not only affects your gut health, but it affects your quality of sleep because it's affecting the quality of your digestion. And foods are being stored as fat rather than being burned as energy. He goes, what may be good for short-term relief is not always good for long-term recovery. And Dr. Furman said the exact same thing in the same way, that feeling better does not always mean getting better. We are in a society that wants a pill for every ill, and it's not always possible, especially with some of these more complicated gut conditions, or even ones that are less complicated, but that people have suffered from for a long time. He said, initially, you may have to limit the amount and type of fiber, and that's the idea of the experts saying go low and slow. But he said that normal digestion is absolutely critical and dependent on an adequate supply of fiber intake. It comes from plants. Dr. Goldhammer mentioned rotational feeding is something that is often useful, especially after fasting, where you reintroduce foods one at a time and watch for reactivity. And they have found that there are some people that just can't eat certain foods for a variety of reasons. But he said that many people become less sensitive to foods they reacted to over time as they heal and as their gut heals. He talked about how fasting can reboot the system, and then he can reintroduce a whole natural food diet. And he mentioned the role of SIBO and antibiotics. That's going to be a personal decision, but sometimes they can actually make things worse, at least according to Dr. Fuhrman. Pain, debility, and fear of death, he says, make the best patients. And introducing fiber in steamed and starchy vegetables seem to be the best way to do it in some of his patients that have compromised GI function. But he said he's never not seen bowel function restored, even in people who have had assisted bowel movements in decades. So in other words, there are people that have never had an unassisted bowel movement that have had their normal GI function restored. He talked about how chiropractic, homeopathy, massage, acupuncture, biofeedback, these can all have an effect on the autonomic nervous system. We learned about that from the gut-brain connection doctors earlier in the week. Anything that has a positive effect on the autonomic nervous system can have a positive effect on the gut. But he said the thing that has had the most beneficial effect is the water fasting they do at True North. Dr. Goldhammer mentioned how the bowels are largely impacted by emotion and the autonomic nervous system, and the parasympathetic and sympathetic control peristalsis. There are unfortunate consequences with long-term medication use, such as reflux medication. And too rapid of a change in the diet isn't good for most people, that you may have to gradually reintroduce certain foods, because this process is compounded by detoxification, which Dr. Fuhrman talked about. He said that when people get off the standard American diet or a junk food vegan diet, they dump excess bile acids, which can often cause diarrhea. He says you can reduce gas by not overeating. So this one meal a day thing that people are doing, not good for people with GI issues, probably not good for everybody, but especially if you have GI issues. And chew your food to a liquid. And if you see corn in your stool, then you're not chewing adequately. Food is not magically put back together after you have a bowel movement. Dr. Goldhammer said many of the GI diseases are caused by eating animal products and processed food, and that these GI conditions are not always a quick and easy fix, but he has seen miracles happen at his center with treating over 30,000 patients the last 30 or so years. He said that exercise is important to gut health and can help undo some of the consequences of dietary excess and definitely can help with stress. He said sometimes there's enzymatic problems, that some people don't produce the enzymes. Sometimes there's parasites or adhesions. But that people that do water fast or even just follow his dietary recommendations have a change in perception. It's called neuroadaptation, where they learn to like foods without the chemical stimulation of sugar, oil, and salt. And this is especially happening quickly after people fast. He says there is no one diet that meets everyone's needs in all circumstances, but there is always going to be a version of a whole plant diet that you can follow that will help your gut health and your overall health. And if you enjoyed the takeaways, they will be part of the Summit package, which you can get. And we're giving a buddy pass. That means if you buy the Summit package, you can give it to somebody for free who might need this information. Be a great holiday present, and you'll get all the written transcripts as well, including the audio downloads, and you can watch the videos in the Member Center with a lot of bonuses, like a few yoga classes that I've taught. I'm actually a yoga teacher occasionally. I don't always have time for it, but it's something I did have done for years. Thank you so much for all the wonderful comments you're making on the Summit page. And I'd like now to introduce the speakers for tomorrow, day 5, where we're going to talk about nutritional protocols for recovery. We start the day, I love accents, and Dr. Desmond, he's from England, he has just a wonderful voice, and he's going to be talking about prevention and treatment of Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Then we're going to be followed by a pair of registered dietitians. They're called Married to Health, and they're married to each other, James and Dahlia Marin, and they both do teleconsults. They're going to talk about food as medicine and what to eat to promote natural healing. Next up is PCRM's Dr. Hanna Kaliova, who's done so much research in the area of weight loss and microbiome. And she's going to talk about this research that was actually recently published in the medical journals, which is what happens when our microbiome changes in 3 states and their health impacts. And we'll end the day with a wonderful registered dietitian at UCLA named Nancy Jaffe that's going to show you how to create a customized nutritional program to prepare your gut issues. So I hope that you will take some of the information you learned today, maybe at least one thing from each speaker, and start implementing it in your life today to heal your gut. Because remember, overall health is gut health, and there's always something we can do to optimize both. Thank you so much for listening to the GI Health Summit. I'm your host, Chef AJ, and I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And please, the summit is free, so please share it with your friends and loved ones. Have a wonderful day.